All right, everyone, good morning. Good morning. Let me officially call our meeting to order. Why don't we start with the flag salute? Nancy, would you mind leading us in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. It's good to see everyone. We haven't been together around the table for a long time. Good to be here. And we welcome Cindy Kazanis, the Division Director of the Accountability Measurement and Reporting Division, here on the dais with us. Cindy, any announcements or business that you have for the group?
I'll just do a quick welcome and welcome especially to our new members. We're delighted to have you help us out on the building of our accountability system. We have a new superintendent here at the Department of Education, Tony Thurman. We're really excited to have his energy and excitement around accountability and how we can help improve our schools and help teaching and learning for students. Today we were going to switch it up a little bit with our new members. In my outgoing boss, he's soon to be retired, Carrick Ashley, is going to do the duties. He can't stay for the entire day, so he's not at the dais, but I wanted to recognize his work in leading this group, and also Melanie Sheppy Green, who is no longer with the department. She left last week. The leadership of her office and continued on through her administrators. I know Kimberly Bourne and Laura Marshall have done a great deal to help with this day, as well as Jacqueline Olson. So just a couple of acknowledgments this morning, and gratitude for you all making it safely. I know some of you had snow, and we're really happy to have you here today and help us again with the continued development of the accountability system.
And also just a note of a congratulations to our newest doctor, Dr. Jacqueline Ollison, as of last week, correct? Congratulations. So a quick overview of our agenda. As we usually do, we'll take the items slightly out of order, and we'll begin by officially welcoming our new members to CPAG, and then we will allow them to join us in approving minutes, which is number 4, and then we'll go back and we'll take the agenda in order. And as we usually do, we'll building some formal breaks, but if you need to self-break in between, please feel free to do that. And we will do a working lunch, as we usually do, so we'll take about 15 minutes to allow people to get their lunch, and then we'll continue to work through so people can get on the road. All right? So why don't we move into item 4, and we'll begin by officially swearing in our new members. So
good morning all. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, Performance Planning and Technology Branch. It's a pleasure to be able to give the oath of office to our new members. So if the three of you, actually to facilitate those who are watching on web streaming and by audio, I think it would be best if the three members would stand and come down here, and we'll do it here so that the microphones can pick up your voices as well as mine. So, our three new members, first is Bootsy Battle Holt, who's a teacher from LA Unified School District, a school district in which my youngest son teaches as well. So she's a teacher representative on this commission. Diane Grotejohn, who I've known for a number of years, is the accountability administrator for lifelong learning, and Janelle Woodward, who's Senior Leadership Associate, Riverside County Office of Education. So I will turn this way. If you will we'll do this phrase at a time. If you'll raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Bootsy Battle Holt,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you and congratulations. Welcome. Welcome. Do we want a picture? So, why don't we stand up here? Those who are watching the screen will just have to adjust.
So an official welcome. And just to get voices in the room, let me ask new members, would anybody like to, anything you'd like to say to the group? We're excited to have you with us. Just how you came to be here, anything you'd like to say?
I'm just excited to be here, and I think I'm looking forward to the opportunity to working with all of you guys. So.
Thank you, and I'll echo that. I am looking forward to this opportunity to work with everyone, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. This is very exciting for me to be up here. I've served as an elementary, middle, and high school principal, and now working at the Riverside County Office of Education. So I'm just hopeful that I can in some way contribute and learn from all of you. And again, it's so nice to meet all of you. Thank you.
Great. We needed to practice getting the voices heard because that is really what this commission is all about. This group is about your group, the group that you represent, and expressing your thoughts on the issues that come before us. So glad we had a chance to get that out of the way. You know, we were on the phone yesterday and reviewing the agenda, and Ed pointed out that as soon as the agenda came out in the morning, he pointed out up here that the rain stopped and the sun came out and sky opened up. And I think what that says, if I got your metaphor correct, Ed, it was just to reinforce the fact that the CPAG members really do shed light on some very important. So to that end, that's really what today's agenda is all about. So we look forward to hearing from all of you. And just to reinforce that, I just wanted to put out to the group that I would like to structure discussion and input a little bit differently today. We will be doing some small group breakouts and some discussion. But as we go around for Q&A and feedback or input, I'd like to go all the way around the dais once and give everyone an opportunity to speak. And then, you know, those that have some follow-up thoughts or questions will go around again to be sure that as our new members are here, they feel comfortable entering the discussion. Is that okay? All right. So our first agenda item, official agenda item, is approval of the minutes. So if you open your folder on the left-hand side, you'll see the minutes from the teleconference meeting, October 31st. So let me give you a minute to look over the minutes. And then I would hear a motion to approve the minutes.
I move to approve the minutes.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Comment? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. The minutes are approved. So we're ready to move back onto the agenda, item 1, and I really appreciate the fact that we recognize that we've had some people join us along the way, and our 3 new members, that it might be appropriate at this point to stop and take a minute to go back retrospectively and start from the beginning and get a summary of the work that's been done on both the dashboard and the ESSA plan here, so that we all around the table have a shared understanding as we move forward on input on some new items. So with that, I'll turn things over for item 1 to that overview.
So because Cindy isn't here to help me present, I have recruited some of my staff to help in the presentation. So we're going to start off with Betty Muir. She's going to start off, and then we have staff that will take us through this presentation and item 2 as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Betty Mura. I work in the Academic Accountability Unit. And as Jenny just mentioned, I will be covering item 1 today along with my colleague, Katrina Wyatt. And then at the end, Jenny will also be jumping in and sharing this part of the presentation as well. As Joanne just mentioned, because we have some new members today, we thought it would be a good idea to give a general overview of our accountability systems, which is why at the very top here, we have Accountability 101, how we got here. And of course, that encompasses the LCFF, the LCAP, the dashboard. And then Katrina will come up and give you some information about dashboard indicators. So how do we get the 5 status levels? How do we get the 5 change levels? How do you get a color on the dashboard? And then I'll return to talk about the application of the dashboard, the new look and redesign of the dashboard. And then Jenny will kind of wrap it up by giving you a live demonstration of the dashboard, including a live demonstration of our additional reports and resources. And then at the end, she'll talk about building the system of support. And so at the very end of our presentation, we will of course leave time for any questions that you have. However, if you have questions along the way, please feel free to ask. Okay, so how did we get here? Well, it all started back in 2013 when the LCFF was signed by Governor Brown. And as you know, the intent of the LCFF is that it's a funding mechanism that is simple and transparent. It also gives LEAs a chance to provide, it also gives a flexibility to LEAs. So really the focus is local control. And LEAs also receive funds based on specific student populations, such as English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and foster youth. Now, as you can see in this graphic here, the LCFF talks also about 10 state priorities. And so these priorities are focused on 3 areas: conditions of learning, student outcomes, and engagement. The LCFF also requires that we develop an LCAP template that I'm sure you all are familiar with. Also produce the dashboard, which was formerly known as the evaluation rubrics, and then to also develop the system of support. Now, the LCAP is a tool that was approved by the State Board of Education, and it allows LEAs to set annual goals and actions, and also include expenditures. It's effective for 3 years, and it's reviewed and updated annually. Now, so far up to this point, I've talked about the state accountability system, but in 2015, President Obama signed off ESSA. And so that meant we now had to meet federal accountability requirements. And so ESSA said that by 2017-18, all states must produce a multiple measures accountability system. And that system included 5 areas that you see here. So academic proficiency on statewide assessments, 4-year graduation cohort, an indicator noting school quality or school success, indicator for elementary and middle schools, and then the progress made in English language proficiency by English learners. So now California had to meet two sets of requirements, right? One state accountability requirement under the LCFF, and then one federal accountability requirements under ESSA. And we could have gone down, our former path and say, okay, we're going to build two separate accountability systems. But the department and the state board decided not to do that. They decided to build one aligned accountability system that met both state and federal requirements, and that it was grounded on the LCFF state priorities. And so there are two types of indicators. Here we are. We report these multiple measures or multiple indicators in our dashboard. And so there's two types of these indicators, the state indicators and local indicators. And so everything that you see to the left column here are all of your state indicators, the 6 state indicators. These are based on data collected statewide, and the department reports these state indicators in the dashboard using the 5 performance colors. And then the column to your right are all the local indicators. And these are all data reported by the districts and the charter schools. And then the ratings for that is a met, or not met for 2 or more years, rather than colors. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Katrina.
Good morning. All right, so this morning we're going to take you through developing the dashboard indicators. Some of you are more familiar with this than others, but just to get everybody on the same page, we are going to cover all of it way back from square one. This has been in development for a long time, so we kind of have gone through this process with each of the indicators, and we've kind of mastered this process over time, but it certainly has been a long time in the making and something that is important to kind of review for you guys to figure out how this has worked and how your work has contributed to the development of the dashboard as well. So the overview of the process means that a lot of work actually goes into this. A lot of this is actually behind the scenes. You guys don't actually see it until almost the very end when we're getting that broad stakeholder feedback. But we do start with a lot of many rounds of data simulations on our end. So we're taking that data and we're doing different things with it to figure out what is going to make it meaningful for all of the different users that we have. Once we feel like we have something that might be interesting or easy to see, we take that to our key policy advisory groups or the TDG, the technical design group, just to see if that's something that's technically sound and something that we can use. Sometimes that means taking it back to our office and then running new simulations and then coming back to them with something. Once they feel that it is something that is technically sound, easy to understand, then we will take that to our broad stakeholder groups and like yourselves for additional feedback. And then sometimes that does mean, again, going back to square one, doing more rounds of simulations. So once we have enough feedback that we feel like this is something that we can use, we take it to the next level. So at the 2016 May State Board meeting, the State Board approved the methodology for calculating the state indicators. In the dashboard, this means that we are calculating performance for these schools and districts based on a combination of outcomes, which we call status, or improvement over time, which we call change, from 1 year prior to the current year. With that, we're using the distributions of different levels depending on the indicator to figure out if we're going to use the district or the school distribution. We're often looking at both, we always look at both to find out if they are similar or not. In some indicators, since they are different, for example, suspension, we would use school and district, but we have to look at all of it and make sure that it matches what we would expect. And then we will analyze the 2 different dimensions, the status and the change, separately to determine the cut scores so that we can finally get to what we call colors now, or performance levels on the dashboard. So in order to do that, we do produce the distributions. We take a look at the full distribution for schools and districts. If we're looking at the district or LEA distributions, we include charter schools in that since they are looked at as LEAs under LCFF processing. So we will look at schools separately, and then we look at the LEAs, including charters, to figure out if those are aligned, and then we set the cut scores based on those LEA distributions in most indicators. The the distribution tells us not only how those schools and districts are performing, but it also gives us kind of the average and where most of those are performing overall. So for example, in suspension, we know that elementary schools don't suspend too often, or in the academic indicators, for example, we can find out how far on average they are from the level 3 or standard. So then we look at those distributions and we set those cut scores based on the status and the change, again separately, and we allow them to show that change over time so that we can figure out, okay, what are the expectations long term once we're setting these goals for the dashboard. So status and change have 5 different levels each. We look at them separately. So for status, we're looking at very high, high, medium, low, and very low. For change, we're looking at declined significantly, declined, maintained, increased, and increased significantly. In order to set those cut scores, we're going to take a look at our distribution, and we're going to set very low and high status cut scores first. Bless you. Very low is what we're going to set first. We want to select a small number of LEAs that are underperforming or that would like the most assistance. And then we're going to set high, which we want to set as kind of our goal over time, that we want everybody, all the schools and the LEAs to be able to hit that performance level over time. So this is something that we understand that because the dashboard is combining both the status and the change, we want to just set it at what it is now as what our goal is and just about where they're performing now. And then once we combine that with the change, it will have a different effect. But because we're looking at them completely separately, we can set very low and high first. Once very low and high have been established, then we can set the rest of them. So we'll take a look at very high. We're selecting kind of the best of the best of those that we've already selected for high, and then we can set the cut scores between low and medium. So those are kind of falling in between, where a majority of those are going to fall within the medium category, and then the rest of them will fall between the low and kind of the higher end. So similarly for the change cut scores, we are taking a look at that distribution, but in most cases this is going to be the LEA distribution, and we are going to set decline significantly and increase first. Same idea, lower end for the change, we're going to set for the decline significantly, and then where we expect them to increase over time and where most of them are, or some of them I should say, are performing will be in the increase category. From there, we select the best of the best for those that have increased significantly. Usually I believe it's about 5% that are going to be on your far tail ends. And then we can set the other cut scores so that the majority of them are falling within maintained, and then you have some that are falling in declined and increased. So those cut scores for the status and the change end up getting combined into our performance level or color. These are shown here in their order from highest to lowest. You have blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. This year for the dashboard, we created a brand new redesign which gave us these gauges. Before we had some other designs that I won't talk about today. But now we have these gauges that points with an arrow for you exactly what color you have, so you can print it and it will still show you what color you have and where you're performing. So this is a combination of that status and the change to get a color. Blue is going to be the best, red is going to be the lowest performance, and it is a combination of those two as a reminder. This is the alternative text for the readers because that's a lot of information to digest. So in order to get a color, we have established that LEA schools and student groups will have to have more than 30 students in order to get a color in both the current and the prior year. We don't want to assign any colors where they might have high changes from year to year based on their student population having so few students. So if they do have less than 30, but they have more than 10, we will still report their data. We will still show the status and change, but we won't assign them a color, because the color is ultimately where you're going to face any kind of repercussions or even some appreciation for all the hard work that you do. So we don't want to assign them colors, but we will provide the data. So for those of you that are interested, you can go to the 5x5s, which we'll talk about in a second, and calculate what the color would be. But because those groups are more vulnerable to changes, high swings in the data, we don't produce a color for them. So for the status and change, we have 5 different levels for each of them. Those get combined into a grid, let's say, where you're crossing those 5 by 5. So we actually end up with a grid with 25 different squares, and each of those squares has a color associated with it. And of those, they would be one of the 5 colors that we've talked about: the blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. So that's how we actually determine what color it is based on that combination of the status and change. Equal weight is given to both the status and the change. It's just a five different categories up here and 5 different categories over here, and we combine them to get the 5 by 5. I'll show you that in just a second. So the next slide that we'll talk about will actually show you that 5 by 5, and I'll explain to you how we might get that. So, for example, if you have a high in the current year, it's over on the left-hand side of this table, you would follow that all the way across, and then if we have increased based on the change from the prior year, you would combine those two, follow it over, and you have a green for your performance level or color. So that's kind of how that works. Each of the 5 by 5s will have different cut scores actually listed, so you don't have to just base it on the status and change levels. You can actually look at your data and follow it across. But this is an example to show you how you might get a green on the dashboard. So we realized that with some of the indicators, small student populations became problematic. We did some analysis and found that those with smaller populations did tend to have greater swings in data. So we ended up coming up with a new methodology that was approved by all of our stakeholder groups as well as the technical design group. And since those in the far ends, both the red and the blue category, were kind of over-identified for these smaller schools, we decided to change the grid and only have a 3 by 5 for those smaller schools and LEAs. This has also been added to student groups in the 2018 dashboard. So we decided to apply this so far for the graduation rate, the suspension rate, and the chronic absenteeism indicators. This 3 by 5 looks like this. So by not allowing them to have a large swing in data, we have effectively taken out the decline significantly and increase significantly change levels. That still allows every single school district student group to receive each of the 5 different colors, but now instead of having such big swings, they are limited to having either increased or declined. That's it. This is the alternative text. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but small schools and districts is going to be less than 150 students. So in order to maintain our technical soundness of the indicators, we do work with groups like the TDG that specialize in psychometric theories and have educational research experience from Stanford and other places where they can provide recommendations to us related to the accountability system. They will review every step of the process, from the methodologies to the data simulations. They've looked at every single indicator from the very beginning. Sometimes they don't want to make those decisions because they are tough decisions, but they have helped us to take a look at the data, make sure that it's technically sound so that we can then bring it to you guys and other stakeholder groups for additional feedback. So we do use that broad stakeholder engagement to solicit feedback from various groups. We have come to you guys many times over the last few years. We also have an LCFF stakeholder group. We have the Advisory Commission on Special Education, the Regional Assessment Network, and indicator-specific task forces and work groups. This has included, for example, the LP indicator work group. We've had the CCI indicator work group to take a look at each of the smaller metrics within the CCI and make sure that those are making sense and something that the schools and districts are keeping track of. And then we also have the alternative task force work group, and that's working on the alternative indicators. So we work with a lot of different groups and we try to solicit all the feedback that we can to make sure that this is something that makes sense for everyone. So I'm going to hand it back over to Betty, where she'll talk about the application of these indicators.
Okay, so the application of the dashboard. So how do we use the dashboard? So of course, the data in the dashboard assists LEAs and schools to identify areas in need of improvement, their strengths, their weaknesses. It helps districts to build their LCAPs. The data are also used to identify districts eligible for differentiated assistance. The data are also used to identify schools that need support and improvement under ESSA. So the first two and last bullet that you see on this slide will be covered by other folks in the room. But just very briefly, the third bullet will cover the criteria for that. And of course, that's the criteria to identify LEAs that are eligible for differentiated assistance. So it's based on 3 methods. So the first method is based on using local indicator data only. So if an LEA had not met for 2 or more years in at least 2 priority areas. So in the example that you see here, it says, okay, if a district had not met for 2 or more years in priority area 1, which is basic, and then they had not met for 2 or more years in priority area 2, which is implementation of state standards, then that district would be eligible for differentiated assistance. The second method is using state indicator data only, so which means we're using the colors. So in this one, we drill down to the student group level. So we're looking at student group data. And so it says here that if one of your student groups meets the criteria in at least 2 priority areas, so the example given is in the Hispanic student group, if that group is red for chronic absenteeism, which is priority area 5, and then it's red for suspension, which is priority area 6, at least 2 priority areas, then that student group would be, then that district would be eligible for differentiated assistance. And the final, third method is a combination of using local and state indicator. And so if you have a student group within a district that meets the criteria in 1 priority area, so let's say red on graduation rate, which is priority area 5, but the district itself has a not met for 2 or more years on a local indicator, let's say parent engagement, priority area 3, then that district is eligible for differentiated assistance. So we have released 2 dashboards so far. The first one was in December of 2017, and that was our first operational release. And after that release, we decided to reach out to stakeholders, and we got some really great feedback because we wanted to improve on the dashboard. And so the second release just occurred a couple months ago in December, and with that second release, we had a new look, feel, and design to it. And so what does that mean? Well, the dashboard is now fully translated into Spanish. Equity is up front and center. It's very much simplified, so hopefully it's now easier to navigate through and easier to understand. We also report state level data, so you can actually compare now between district to the state level data, school data to the state level data. We also have definitions on the data elements, and you don't have to click as much anymore to drill down to the details that you need because there are 80% fewer pages. And you will actually get a full understanding of all of this as Jenny will be going through a live presentation of the dashboard. But before we go into that, I just wanted to take a brief moment here and make sure that there weren't any questions so far. All right, I think it's time for the live demonstration.
Good morning, everyone. So before we move on, I just wanted to indicate that we've talked about the technical design group, and I just want to make everyone aware that you do have a representative from CPAG on the technical design group. Jesse Levin is your representative, so he is participating in all of our meetings, and so we think that's really nice because then he can bring all the discussions that you have here. He brings that into that technical design group discussion, which is very helpful. So there are many ways to get to the dashboard. So I'm going to go the way I always go because I'm doing the presentation. So this is our webpage, and we're going to go over this webpage a little bit better, but you can see here that from our webpage, the very first place, that very first link that you can click on is the California School Dashboard. And how many people have visited our dashboard? Great, all of you, almost. So that's wonderful. So I hope you noticed that now we have lots of color on the dashboard. It's much more inviting. We've actually got pictures of students, because what is this all about? It's about our students, so we want to make sure that they're representative. I think we did a good job of representing our student populations as far as who's depicted here. I was very pleased that we could get a picture of a CTE and also a picture with our students with disabilities. So I was very pleased about that. So if you move down a little bit, you can see what the purpose of the dashboard here is, and you can see that there is a video. We were very lucky to do some collaboration with the CTE Foundation, and they developed a video for us. The nice thing about this video is when I show you in Spanish, we do have the video there, but it's not a voiceover video. The Spanish was redone with people who spoke Spanish, so they have Spanish actors on it, so it's really nice. I was very pleased about that. So if you scroll down, it just gives you a little bit more information about our accountability system, and you can click on read more about accountability. And I wanted to point this out because I don't think a lot of people go to this page very often, but it does help parents understand that to get a color, we use 2 years worth of data, which is really important. But you'll notice that the language is, we really put a lot of effort in making sure that the language was simple to understand. We didn't want to make it too complex. So this dashboard was really designed in mind with parents and the public, the general public, so that they could easily understand that. And you'll see some information here. You'll also see we list our state indicators, and we also indicate that in the future, this California science test will come on board. We get science teachers who come to the state board meeting almost every month, or every meeting, and indicate that they are really pushing for that. So that's coming. So with that, the nice thing about our Spanish translation, and we no longer use Google, we realized from feedback from the field that translation wasn't as accurate as it could be. So our contractor, San Joaquin County Office of Education, actually did the translation for us. So you can see here, you click on that, and it's translated into Spanish, which is very nice. So there's a great benefit that it's very accurate. It's easy to get to the Spanish translation. The downside is we no longer have Google Translation to translate it into the other languages that parents may want. But hopefully, as we move on, we'll be able to do more translations in the future. So I'm going to go back to English because my Spanish isn't very good. So we're going to go ahead and do a search. I'm going to go ahead and put in, Elk Grove. Oh, I have a space. This is a very sensitive search. You can see here that you can do, it's automatically defaults to 2018, but if you want it 2017, you can click on that. So I want to look at Elk Grove Unified. We'll click on that. And the first thing you notice when you get to the dashboard is that you see how the district is doing overall on all the state indicators and how they did on the local indicators. So this is very different than the old dashboard because the local indicators were at the bottom, and we thought that it was really important to move those up to the top so people can see that right off the bat. So you can see here what their performance level is on all of the indicators. Then we go down, and the first piece of information you get is about the student populations. So we thought this was really important to set the context for when people went onto the site. So you can see that the enrollment in this district is about 62,000 students. And we put the percentage of the socioeconomically disadvantaged, the English learner, and the foster youth there. And you can see, the reason why we did that is these are the students that generate the LCFF funding. We also felt it was very important to put little, very easy to understand definitions of what these groups are. So you can see for foster youth, if you click on Learn More, it flips the card over and it gives the definition. So you don't have to go to another site, which was probably one of the things about the old dashboard that was more difficult. So here you can see it says students whose well-being is the responsibility of a court. That's a very simple definition. If you go into the Ed Code, you'll get about a paragraph for the definition. We decided not to put that paragraph in here. Something else is nice here is you can view more information, and you can get the information about the enrollments, starting off with the students in various programs like English Learner, Foster Youth, and then the race and ethnicity. You get the total and the percent. So I'm going to scroll down to the academic performance. So you can see when we get into this section, we've got these cards, and they give a little more information that was at the top of the page. It tells you right off the bat what color they are. And as Betty pointed out before, we have the state data. So I'm going to go over to the college and career. We have the all students. We can see that 52% of them are prepared and that they maintain from the prior year. If we want to compare that to the state is at 42%. So we can see that Elk Grove is doing better than the statewide average. We click back to the all students. I want to point out the equity report. We thought it was really important. The state board had really felt strongly, and so did the department, that the equity report had to be front and center. So here you can see right off the bat, we have 52% that are prepared, but when you look at the number of students in each color, they have 2 that are in the red category, 3 in the orange category, 2 in the yellow, 4 in the green, and 1 in the blue. So if you want to find out more information about which student groups are in which category, you just click on the View More Detail. And then you scroll down to the student groups. And you can see here which student groups are in red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. You can also see here, for every indicator, we'll have no performance color. What that means, if you see a student group in there, that means that they do serve American Indian students, but they did not get to the threshold of 30 to get a color. So you have that information that they do have these students, they just don't have enough to get a performance color. So you can scroll down and you can explore groups by performance level. So we start off with the red because most people, you want to know which students are in that category, and it gives you a lot more information. So you can see here for foster youth, they are at 2% prepared. That's a very different than their average for the district. If you compare that with the state, you can see that they are lower than the statewide average, but you can also see that the statewide average is very low for this particular student group. And then you can see the number of students that are in this category. And of course, they have over 6,600 students in this who are foster youth. And then you can see also that the students with disabilities are also struggling in this category. So with the students with disabilities, I would like to point out that our measures for students with disabilities have not really been incorporated into the CCI yet. So it's not surprising to see that they're not doing as well. And then I just wanted to skip over to the no performance color so that you can see that we have American Indians here. You can see that even though they're a small number, 27, they don't get a color. But they do have information there. So 48% of them are at the prepared level. Then if you want to scroll down, you can go ahead and see how the college and career indicator breaks out over 3 years. We're really excited that we have 3 years of data for this now. So you can see the percent that are prepared. You can also see the percent that are approaching prepared and those that are not prepared. And then we have this little navigation bar over at the side where you can go to all the other indicators. I do want though to scroll down so you can see the local indicators. So you can see here that this is the implementation of academic standards. If you say view more information, you can see all the information and the narrative summary that Elk Grove put in here, and you can read that. And we are working on actually producing a data file that we're going to be that will be provided on our website, so that people can use that data file. I think it might be difficult, but people want to use it, so we're going to provide it to them. So if we go back to the overview, you can see that we have view all schools. So then all the schools come up in order of, in alphabetical order. But the thing here is if you want to just look at a few indicators, we were looking at the graduation rate. So I'm going to go ahead and keep the graduation rate and the CCI. And you can see here that elementary schools, you no longer see a card for them, a baseball card. But when you get to the first high school, you see the graduation rate and you see the college and career indicator. So you can see here that even though you may have be doing very well in the graduation rate, you may not be doing very well in the college and career indicator. So sometimes you do, you might be doing well in both, but many times we are seeing that even though the graduation rate is high, the college and career indicator, there usually is some work that needs to be done. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Elk Grove Unified, and I'm going to go to view additional reports. So these are the reports that my staff did at the request of members of the field. So there were some things that they felt was going to be very helpful to them as they were moving forward. As you can see, because we went from the dashboard from Elk Grove, we went directly to all the reports available at Elk Grove Unified. So one of the things that we did last year and we are continuing to do is the 5x5 reports. And so we'll go ahead and go into the graduation rate. And you can see here that we have, at the district level, it will show you where all the schools are at that district. So you can see that Elk Grove, their district placement is in green, but you can see the schools that are performing in the blue performance levels, the schools that are green, and the schools that are red. And then you can click on each of these individual schools if you would like to. You can click on some additional 5x5s, or you can go to another report from here. But I do want to point out that you could click on View Student Groups so you can see where all the student groups in the district are and which ones are performing in the red performance level. You can click on View Detailed Data. That will give you a lot of data, and then you can actually download that data. You can download the statewide data on these indicators, or you can just download the district data. Some districts really just want to look at their own data, especially the smaller districts. And then if you scroll down to the bottom, it does provide you a summary of the information that is in the 5x5. So I want to go to the student group report because we got a lot of requests for this, and part of that is because we identified schools that are eligible for the first time for support under ESSA, and they wanted to be able to see how those students, how schools got identified. So you can see here that you can look at it by student groups, which is probably the way you want to look at it if you're looking to see which schools met the criteria, which student groups met the criteria to be identified. Or you can just pivot and look at it by indicator, if that's what you're interested in. And of course, if you're looking to see which schools, which student groups met the criteria, you would also have to go to 2017, and that report is also available. So that is a nice report for people. Okay, so a few other reports. I do want to point out a couple of more reports. We have the College and Career Measure Report. So if you look at that, this is something that the field requested. You can see how many of your students actually met the prepared category by each of the measures. So we've gotten some feedback on these reports and how to make them better and a little more user-friendly. So we're going to be working on that in the future. So keep your eye on this report because I think we've gotten some good feedback on that. So you can see here the number of students that met the criteria via technical education, the CTE, or by scoring level 3 on the Smarter Balance, or by meeting the college coursework. So you can go down and find all that information. We've gotten a lot of good feedback on this. And then the last report I really want to show is our student group report. You all know that under ESSA, we had to incorporate the participation rate. Oh, wrong report. I wanted to do the participation rate report. we had to incorporate the participation rate into our ELA and math indicators. And so we wanted to be able for a district or a school to go on to this report so they can see at a glance if they did not meet the 95% participation rate. And if they did not meet the 95% participation rate, then they could easily calculate the reduction that was made to their distance from standard in both ELA and math. You can see here that for Elk Grove, they made the participation rate along with all their student groups. Because remember, it is applied at the LEA level, and it is applied at the student group level as well. Oh, no, I see here foster youth. They did not meet it. They're at 92 and 93%. So their distance from standard was reduced. Okay, so I want to go back to our website. We have a lot of new information on our website that I think is really important. We have a parent tab that we've added, so we have all the resources for parents. We developed a lot of new flyers that we've gotten a lot of good feedback from districts that they use at, with their parents on back to school night. And it helped them to understand the dashboard, so that is there. The nice thing too is we have added a translations tab. So you can go to that tab and see which flyers have been translated and in which language they've been translated. So that's much easier to find, and it makes it, I think, easier for people to get at. So the communications toolkit is something else where we have added, because we made a lot of changes to how we calculate our indicators for the 2018 dashboard. We had to revise all of our flyers. We developed one flyer for each of the indicators so that can be shared with educators. These are purposely designed to share with principals, vice principals, teachers, board members, that sort of thing. So we have a lot of resources available on the website, including our famous dashboard technical guide. It's only 200 pages. I'm sure you're going to love reading it. But I can tell you that 99% of the questions you have about the dashboard, you can find in this guide. I guarantee it. Because I can't remember everything, and sometimes I get a phone call, I'm like, I wonder what the guide says on this, and I'll go to it, and it's there. And surprisingly, a lot of people are reading this because sometimes there are some questions that can't be answered. So we're taking notes on that for improvements for next year. And so with that, I will go back to the presentation. So do we have any questions?
Thank you so much for taking us through that. I really appreciate it. Are there any plans at CDE to extend or to add to the available reports, for example, the 3x5 grids where that applies, or anything else that is kind of, you hear people asking for?
So there's no plans for the 3x5s at this point. We are planning on doing some revisions to the 5x5s because the 5x5s have different cut scores for a lot of the indicators, like the grad rate. We have a different cut score for alternative schools versus traditional schools. People have indicated they really want those cut scores up there. So I'm going to be working with staff to try to figure out that so that you can click, right, and say, I want it for I want this cut score for elementary, for suspension, middle, and high school, so that you can get the 5x5s for those particular ones where the cut score is already in there. So we're going to be working on that. We're going to revise our CCI based on feedback that we get, but we are always taking feedback. For instance, when I was at RAN earlier this year, they indicated that we didn't have the 2017 student group report, and they needed that. So we made sure to get that up before the identification of schools, before the list of schools eligible for support came out. So if there is a specific report that you think is helpful, we will certainly, we welcome that information, and if we can, we will develop that for you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if it's possible. One thing that I think would be helpful for districts is, in schools, is if when they're on a given report that shows the dashboard and it's color-coded, that it could print out in color. Because it prints out in black and white, it loses the color. The color name is there, but not the color shading.
Right, so that is actually a function of function at the district level for the individual user. You actually have to actually print it out to a color printer. So if you are on there and you select a color printer, it will print out in color.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you, sorry, can you, the light's on, can you, okay, great.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you answered, my first question was about when we went into the graduation, that top row and the leftmost row were blank that didn't have the cut scores and the change. But you're saying when there's multiple rules for things in the 5x5, but you're going to work on.
So we're going to work on that to try to find a way so that you would have to actually pivot from one to the other. So it would probably bring you up to the regular 5x5, and then you would probably, because I haven't talked to my staff about this, I hope they're not listening, because I did want to talk to them before I promised anything. So my idea, which may not be a valid way of doing it, but I know my staff will come up with a way, is to say, okay, I want to look at, comprehensive high schools or traditional schools. And you can click on that, and it will give the cut scores for that with those high schools in it. And then if you looked at your DAS schools, you would click on that, and it would give the cut scores for that with the schools in it.
Wonderful. All right. So my second question, actually, I did go to the technical guide to try and answer it. And the technical guide said 5-year graduation rates are in the dashboard this year for display only. But I couldn't find them.
Well,
and it didn't say where, so I wasn't.
That is correct, because we actually thought we would have it in time for the release, but it was a little more complicated than we had anticipated. We do have a data file now, so we will be putting it up within the next couple of weeks. So it will be available shortly.
Great, thank you.
We got ahead of ourselves, I think. Okay. Oh, and Betty has come up to indicate that right now, if you would like to, if you're in the 5x5 reports, if you go to the view graduation rate cut scores, it takes you to the cut scores. But this is for the traditional schools and not for the DAS schools. Then the schools disappear, but you get the 5x5s with the cut scores on there. So that is the current option.
Good morning, Jenny. Can you remind me where you go, because I'm trying to replicate where it shows how our students reach the college and career readiness thresholds?
Oh, yes.
'Cause I can barely see it, but I'm imagining that it shows every indicator of the college and career readiness.
So that is one of the flyers that we have. So if you go down to the flyers.
Oh, it's a flyer.
Yeah, it's a flyer.
I thought it was on the dashboard.
Oh, you want to see the report?
I thought you clicked on like a school, and under college and career readiness, you could see how the students.
Yes, I'm sorry.
How
I
the students
misunderstood the
or
question.
which of the areas the students reached.
So if you go to the college and career measures report, you click on that. First, you get the number of students in the cohort that graduated, then the number that were prepared, and then you can see of those that were prepared, how many met the criteria via the CTE, the California Technical Education, or the Career Technical Education. So you can see here, of the 644 students that met that criteria, 44 were African American, 2 were American Indian, 210 were Asian, 66 Filipino. And then you would just scroll down for each of these. And so we actually got feedback that if we had one table and listed the indicators on the left-hand side and then put the information there, that would be a little more useful. So we're going to be working on making this easier to understand.
Yeah, and I mentioned this because I think I've talked about it in other CPAG meetings, but I'm also interested in figuring out how to visually display potential inequities that are hidden when you have so many ways in which you can meet the college and career readiness indicator, if you will. In that, what I'd want to make sure is that we don't, for example, disregard that we might have a school that has a lot of students that meet the college and career readiness indicator because of AP course access or AP passing rates, but have very low numbers of students that are meeting it through, say, CTE. And unintentionally create these inequities in which we have schools that continue to demonstrate very strong college and career readiness indicators by meeting one of these areas, and very few students who are meeting it through other areas. And so I really like this, this idea, but maybe if we can look at how to visually show where schools are meeting it consistently by just doing it in one area, but students are lagging in many of the other areas. And I don't have ideas at the moment, but I think it's important that we monitor potential inequities because of the diversity of ways in which students can meet the college and career readiness indicator.
So I think when we redesign this particular report, it will help with that. But keep in mind that we spend a lot of time making sure that the measures we put in the CCI are rigorous measures. So we feel that regardless of how a student meets the criteria, they are actually prepared for work for post-secondary, whether it be college or career. So we spend a lot of effort looking at that. And we do realize that there are some schools that have some programs that other schools don't have. IB is a perfect example of that. Not a lot of schools offer that program, but it's a program that we feel we should give credit to schools that do offer it. We don't want to say you're not doing a good job preparing your students because you have IB instead of AP courses, right? So it was designed to allow schools to meet to help their students be successful in multiple ways. And of course, if you see that there are groups of students that aren't making it, a school or district may decide they want to provide additional opportunities or additional ways for students to do that.
Thank you so much for that. That is wonderful. I love it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question about when you went onto the CDE website and you had those tabs for parents and resources. I couldn't find that actually on the dashboard.
Oh, no. So
right there.
Yes.
That. So you see where it says parents and resources. Is there anything, or have you thought of, although I hate to change this because it looks so good, but making it easier for parents to access that tab onto the dashboard itself?
No, actually, I haven't thought about that, but that is a good point. So I will bring that back to. We have a group of people who are working on this, and of course our contractor. We will bring that up at our next meeting. That is a very good point.
Tarina.
Can you go back to the last screen that you were at? So I think what Jorge was talking about, where it says academics and or CTE. So would that include AP courses? I'm assuming that. So maybe there might be, there is where we get a little bit more detailed, because it just says academics or CTE. So what does that academic mean? Because I think when you scroll,
So when I scroll down here,
keep going down a little bit more. So met via college coursework. So I see down at the bottom there, dual enrollment, but it says academic or CTE subjects, but is that only dual enrollment at a college?
actually we need to change this language. I didn't realize it was there. It is college coursework, right? So as long as a student earns college credit before they graduate, upon completion of the course, we're going to count it here. And so what we're trying to say is it doesn't matter if it's an academic course or a CTE course, it's going to be counted.
Okay, so that's not representing the AP courses or the CTE courses given at the high school level?
No, so we go down to the advanced placement, and that is a separate category.
Okay. CTE doesn't have a.
Yeah, and then we have
their own.
And then we have CTE does have its own. So if you go up, I don't want to make you guys too dizzy.
Oh, there it is.
It's at the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
So all the ways, all the measures and how you can get there is there. And so it's kind of important to understand that These are not unduplicated counts, because when students are at the prepared level, they're usually meeting multiple criteria, right? It's those that are approaching prepared that have only met one criteria. So students sometimes are counted multiple times, because students may meet they may be prepared using two different measures.
Tara.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo a couple of Jorge's points that this is incredibly helpful data, and I'm so glad that it's accessible and really appreciate all the work that your team puts into making it there. I would love a visual display of it as well, and the ability, I think there are multiple ways of meeting the college and career prepared standard, but I think part of the theory of action behind that indicator is we want to push districts and schools to offer more of these opportunities and greater access to college and career courses and other learning opportunities. So displaying the data across those measures, and I don't know if there's a way to see that change over time. Can you do that from this report? Could you look at how many more students or at a school or district met it via multiple ways from one year to the next? Can you look at progress there?
Can't see it on this report, but that is something that we can think about adding as we move forward. So thank you for that feedback.
Jesse?
So this is incredible. I mean, really, you and your team have really, done a great job here. I had just one small suggestion. I'm not sure if it's possible or if everybody thinks it's worthwhile. But on the cards, which I really like, you have different student characteristics. The more information on the cards, in particular for the English learners, it would be really helpful if you can draw on the EL census data and try to figure out the number of languages spoken or the actual languages spoken, right? That would be really, if you can do it, this is wish list stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think that would be really helpful to provide the context, because there's very, very different context between a school that only has, say, Spanish English learners versus one that has 10 different languages that they have to
That
cater
is
to.
true. That is true. That's a good suggestion. So your suggestion is to put in a detailed report for the English learners, so that you can see the percent of the languages spoken at that school and the percent.
And force the user to dig for it. So the more information,
Yeah.
click, because I don't think it should always come up.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to add to that, part of the not constraints, but thought process behind what is on the dashboard and what exists in other places is what is relevant to accountability and what is relevant for just general information. So the Data Quest, of course, gives you that information. So there are some linkages, but to your point, can there be better linkages between the two systems? Of course. And so that's an excellent point about how we can enrich the user's understanding of who represents this population. So thank you.
And like everybody else is saying, thank you so much. The improvements from last year to this year are fantastic and much appreciated. And what I see, in the field is that people are using it more often. So that's a compliment, well deserved. A couple of questions that we found difficulty with, and I've heard from other districts, is, for example, in the CCI indicator, the students who are enrolled at taking a dual course at community college, that information is being captured, but not necessarily information, and I'm sorry, I don't remember Holden's bill that opened up the incentives for community colleges to offer college courses on the high school campus, that information is not easily captured. And there's some, I don't know technically what it is, but so we have, in our district, for example, we have nobody in the dual enrollment, but everybody's in the on-campus version, and that's missed. So I'm not sure what's causing that or what the fix would be.
So we can only capture currently, at this point in time, we can only capture information that's submitted into CalPads. So we have heard that it sometimes can be a problem. Some districts have done workarounds, like they've created a 7th period where they put all the students, and that's how they report the students who are taking a college course on campus, or taking a college course off a campus that doesn't actually count for high school graduation. So there's dual enrollment where you get college credit and high school credit, and then you have just college courses that students take that they only get college credit for. Those are the ones that are hard to get in as well. So there are some districts who have developed a 7th period in their schedule so they can report it in CalPADS. But there is no easy fix at this point. A lot of people have asked us if we can get that information from the community colleges. And I know that there is an effort on the way to actually link up with the community colleges. I'm not going to say that's going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen for the 2019 dashboard, but I would hope that we could do that for the 2020 dashboard. But I'm not making any promises because it's always a difficult process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Another issue that came up, and this is back to, not CCI, but back to the graduation rate indicator. One of the things in talking with folks in different districts and different practices, students who are in continuation high school in some districts, for whatever reasons, kids start in 11th grade, they continue on to 12th grade, and they graduate from that continuation high school. That gets captured in the graduation rate for that continuation high school. However, in other districts, in other situations, kids start in continuation high school, let's say in 11th grade, and they go through the first semester of 12th grade, and then if they're caught up or very close to it, basically, they go back to their home school. What happens is their graduation rate gets added to the home school, and those are actually the highest achieving kids at the continuation high school, and the continuation high school graduation rate is then based on the lowest performing kids, not on all these kids who they got caught up. And is there a way that we can figure out to, in a sense, honor the work of the continuation high school and getting the kid caught up and giving them the option of going back to their home school rather than just having that drop out of their data?
So I will say that the graduation rate's always been based on where the student graduates from. That's where the credit is given, or where the student last attended if they don't graduate. We have been working with our alternative schools task force, and some of the work that we're going to be doing this year is maybe on a local indicator for alternative schools that would address that. But that work is just beginning, so, but we will keep that in mind as we move forward, because that comment has come up more than once.
Thank you very much. You know, it kind of reminds me, probably 20 years ago, when we had a different kind of, actually prior to all these statewide accountability systems, there was a high school report that came out that had a couple indicators. One of them was courses completed, or did you get caught up on your credits? And that might be one way to judge the continuation high school, to give credit for all the kids who actually did get caught up, even if they didn't stay there till June. They got caught up and went someplace else.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Ed, and then Araceli.
So Jenny, I just want to say thank you and to your team. I think about a year ago and the feedback we were providing, not only in the context of this group, but others, and just seeing how you're responding, and even to the presentation of the dashboard today is just very reflective of the feedback. And I know that more waves of feedback are coming your way even now. I am appreciative of the manner in which we stepped back prior to your presentation, just to acknowledge the intent of LCFF, and in particular, just the emphasis on equity. And it's being reflected obviously in the dashboard, and we can hear it in the discussions, not only here, but even, while I know we're not focusing on the system of support in this presentation, I do want to acknowledge, even as a county office leader, that as we are utilizing the dashboard and having discussions with districts, the tool is working in terms of having the right types of discussion, and even raising the same types of questions to improve at the local level. There's still more work to do, obviously, but just want to acknowledge the progress. So thank you.
And I have a quick question. So when it comes to the college and career indicator report, do you get the report on all the options, even if the high school doesn't have a particular option? Or do you only get the report for the options that are offered within the high school?
No, if an option wasn't offered at the high school, well, It would be hard to know if the option wasn't offered. We will put data out there that will say 0 students met this.
Okay.
So then you would have to determine, is that because they
Wasn't
didn't meet the
offered?
criteria or it wasn't offered? But it would give you an indication that maybe that particular piece, particular criteria isn't offered at the school.
Well, thank you, and that's great that it shows, because that's how parents could assess whether they need to push for access for more options.
Yes.
And a recommendation, maybe using an infographic. I've seen different types of infographics where you can see all the various options and pie charts to show, you know, all the different student group data. Just so that it's friendlier and you're able to get a sense, you know, of all that could be available.
Yes, I'm getting that. It seems to be a theme, so we're going to have to work on that. We always need, you know, my team does a great job of you know, developing these reports, but we develop them from, you know, a data perspective instead of from the perspective of parents. So that's why this feedback is really critical, because we just think a little bit differently. So it's nice for people to indicate that we need to shift a little bit.
Janelle?
I agree with everybody else. I am truly grateful for the way that you have tried to make adjustments so that this is accessible and easily understood, and it's visually appealing, and so I thank you for that. I would just like to agree with what Linda suggested about having our alternative schools be able to display the credits caught up. I think that's very important. As well, one of the things I really love about the way that this is presented is the idea of the cards with the definitions. And if I look at, say, for example, Elk Grove Unified right now, and I'm looking at the various different cards for chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, et cetera, it might be something to think about would be using the same type of approach with that. So if I click on chronic absenteeism, the definition comes up right away. I know I can go down and drill down to that and then get that, but just for the overview.
Okay, so you're saying that we should apply that to some of the additional reports? Okay.
Because if I'm a parent and I go to Elk Grove Unified and I look at this, before I view all schools, I look at these cards, suspension rate, graduation rate. It might be helpful to be able to click on that and find out exactly what that is, and then I know if I want to go and dig deeper and find out a little bit more.
Have you, one issue that I've heard about, and I'm not sure if it's more localized or whatever, is the count of foster youth. One of the situations that has happened is that in one district, the number of, I don't know, I think it was actually around suspension rate for foster youth students. And when the report came back from CDE about the number of kids included in that foster youth group, it was twice of what the district knew about. And then in digging into it, what was discovered is that it was students who had begun the year at a given district were not foster students, many of them were not foster students, and then left the district and went to some subsequent district, after which they then, for whatever reason, became foster students. And their suspension rate included information from the original district, the first district, as well as the second district, and the results were attributed to the first district. When the first district they weren't foster kids in that district at that time, so they later became foster students after they left that district. And the explanation, or possible explanation that I was informed of, was a difference in when CalPADS data is collected and when end-of-year kinds of reports are collected. And I don't know how broad that issue is or not, but it's something that's probably worth looking into, particularly because the students weren't even foster students in say the first District 1 and later became foster students in District 2. So I'm not sure kind of what, if it's a data, you know, two data systems submitting data or what the issue is.
So I think that's more of a business rule that was developed for accountability. So if a student is foster at any point or time in the year, they are counted as foster in the accountability reports. And we have gotten many phone calls about this, and we are working with staff in our CalPADS office to try to address this. But the CalPADS office is really busy with fulfilling many requests that we've asked them to fulfill for our CCI, and of course for moving case lists over, and for a couple of other things that are happening. But we do understand that this is an issue that needs to be resolved. It probably will not happen for the 2019 dashboard, but hopefully for the 2020, we'll be able to provide a little more information to districts about
Well, I actually really appreciate the fact that you guys are aware of it and that you're working on it, because in the interim, what's happening is districts are being identified for a differentiated assistance for students from whom they never knew were foster or would become foster, or, a variety of things like that. Thank you.
Jenny, can you comment though? Isn't this a business rule for all of our student groups as far as?
it. Is a business rule for any of the student groups that participate in any of the programs. So whether they're, homeless or socioeconomically disadvantaged or English learners, so.
I can actually see, I think that's a good point, because I can see, for example, if you're an English learner and, you're probably an English learner in both schools that you're in, but not necessarily homeless, not necessarily foster youth. Yeah. So.
But I will say the concept behind that was if a student was homeless at one point or time in the year, that student probably has, may need some additional support because they've been, through some very traumatic event. And that's why we've done that. But of course, it's always open for discussion.
Well, and that makes a lot of sense to me. When somebody knows the student is homeless, the question is, prior to that happening, when it's a retroactive kind of impact on a school where the student wasn't homeless or the student wasn't foster, the reaction I hear from people is we're scratching our head. How did we know the student was going to end up being homeless or foster?
Right.
And it happened, so I'm glad you're aware of it.
We are working on it.
I also want to start with, it looks so much better, so much easier to understand. I have a question about participation rates. I couldn't get online right now, but want to know if we have drill down for participation rates. Because the trends that we see of which parents are opting to participate and not participate in end of year testing, that sort of thing. I know that you said the distance from the standard is reduced if schools aren't meeting participation rates. It'd be interesting to see who it is who is not participating. And I don't know if that's on there or if it's something that needs to.
So we do have this report, the participation rate report. So if you click on that, we only have it for 2018 because this is when the rule was implemented. You can come on this page and see which student groups met the participation rate requirement. And in this example, we see that foster youth did not meet that requirement. Now, if you look at the data file, it will tell you exactly how much we reduced the distance from standard. But if not, you can do a simple calculation, because the calculation is for every percent that you're below the 95% rate. So if they have a 93% rate, that means they're 2 percentage points below, and we multiply that by 0.25. So it's a very, I would say it's very conservative approach on how we implemented the participation rate. So unless you have a student group that really, where you have, a large percentage, 40 or 50%, it's probably not going to impact the distance from standard very much.
Well, I'm sorry, I just want to jump in. Well, we do see that, for example, at my school site, we have a fairly small Caucasian population, but those are the parents who are opting to not do the testing. So we might see 50% participation rate there, which would really skew our data.
So California does allow parents to opt out. We don't have a lot of opt-outs statewide. The opt-outs do occur mostly in particular pockets. So parents do have that option. Unfortunately, the U.S. Department of Education does not recognize the fact that California allows that option, and that's why we had to do this. So, if parents are opting out, then there's not much we can do about that. But statewide, the opt-out rate is really quite quite small, but it is large in particular pockets. That is true.
Jenny, I want to echo everybody's comments. Wonderful job in the way it looks and the layout and usability. But while we're on the participation rate, I've been getting some questions. People not understanding this chart right here, that it's confusing for some schools, and the thing that I think was confusing, the conversations I've gotten into, is it's identified as a participation rate for 2018, but then you've got 2017, and if you're looking at the way people are looking at just the way people use these charts, they go, oh, it's 2018, they go to the last column, and that's not 2018.
Oh.
So the chart itself is just, the labeling on it and the organization on it is causing some confusion. So they're not sure what they're looking at. And then since it impacts the DFS, they're then saying, well, wait a minute, that figure doesn't line up with this figure.
Okay, that's a very good point. We were thinking of a 2018 dashboard. But yes, I think that that's a good point, and we will look at that.
Other questions?
Okay. Okay, so moving forward, we're going to talk a little bit about the system of support, just a little bit, because that is not my area of expertise, but it is one of the things that LCFF required for implementation. So and it is how we are connecting all of the pieces together. It's part of that connective piece. So you can see here we've talked a lot about the California School Dashboard and how it's a really powerful online tool for parents to use and for districts to use to identify strengths and weaknesses and to determine if there are certain student groups that need some additional assistance. The dashboard is connected to the local control accountability plan, right? Because in the local control accountability plan, if you have student groups that are in red and orange, they have to be addressed in the local accountability plan. And so you have to address goals, actions, and services to help improve the outcomes for these students. Jeff is going to talk a lot more about that a little bit later. But we just want to make sure that everyone realizes that this was designed as one system that connects. And then, of course, once we have the local accountability plan and we have the dashboard and we identify districts that might need some differentiated assistance, we have the California System of Support, which really we've worked, the department has, not we, not me, other people. When I say we, I always mean someone else. When I say to my staff, I think we need to do this, what I'm really saying is you need to do this. But the department has worked really hard with the California Collaborative, with county offices, with stakeholder groups to really try to build a system of support for LEAs in schools to meet the student group's needs. The focus, of course, is building local capacity and promoting continuous improvement. So you'll notice the continuous improvement is not limited when we are talking about the dashboard to those schools that might be in for student groups in the red and orange. There's also improvement to be made for student groups in the other colors, like yellow. There's quite a bit of improvement that could be made for those students. And even those students that are in the green, and depending on where you are in the 5x5, some student groups that are in the blue. So it is intended to be not a focus just on student groups in red and orange, but also for all student groups and for the continuous improvement of all of our student groups. So the goal of the system of support is to assist LEAs and their schools in meeting the needs of each student group served. And so again, that is with building the capacity to sustain improvement and effectiveness to address inequalities. So if a district is identified for differentiated support, and let's say it is the African American student group that got them in, when the county goes to help, they're just not going to look at the African American students. They're going to look at the school as a whole to determine if there are other things that the school should address as they move forward in their planning process. And then, of course, we have a three-tier approach at the state level. One is support for all. So The dashboard is one of those tools that is support for all, right? We have our frameworks, our curriculum frameworks. That's support for all. We have the assessments, the Smarter Balanced assessments and the CASP assessments. That's support for all. There's tons of tools that have been developed by the department that is available for all districts and schools to use. And then for the differentiated support, those are for the districts that are identified based on performance of student groups. And of course, the county offices are the lead in that particular support. I think there's a lot of pride taken in that they've tried to develop a system where if a district needs support, they go to their county. And if their county doesn't have the resources available to help them in a particular area or the expertise in that particular area, they're going to find those resources for them. They're not going to say, I'm sorry, we can't support you. You're going to have to go someplace else. They're going to say, you know, we can't do this, but we're going to find out who. When they have other people to go to, such as the geographic leads and other resources that have been out there for years. And then we have the intensive intervention, which of course is an intervention that the superintendent of instruction may require, but that is probably not going to go online for a few years. And I know I've answered a lot of questions, but this is your final opportunity to ask any questions about the presentation at this particular moment.
So the CSI and ATSI, where we're identifying schools, does that fit into that three-tier diagram? Is that considered level 2?
So I'm going to leave that for my colleagues to answer when they do their presentations, because they have, they're the experts in that area, and I don't want to misspeak.
Other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jenny. How are people doing? Do you need a break, or should we keep going? Need a break? Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break and then we'll continue. All right, should I pull us back together?
Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Okay. My name is Shanine Coates, and I'm here to provide you with really an overview of where we are now with our Every Student Succeeds Act accountability implementation. There has been so much stakeholder involvement on this California's state plan over the last really couple of years, and now going into implementation. So my colleague Jenny and her staff did a great job of setting this up in terms of where ESSA fits in supporting the local control funding formula. So this is more of just a reminder slide, and we are leveraging the dashboard, the system of support, and then the LEA and school planning processes as we think about ESSA. So we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But just a few updates first. Our state plan was approved by the U.S. Department of Education in July of 2018. And then in November of 2018, our state board approved the recommendation that we amend California's state plan for submission to the Department of Education. And those amendments included items that had state board action, such as including grade 11 in our academic indicator, including the participation rate, and then providing a bit more detail regarding system of support among a few other items. Though if you want to know more about the amendments, they're synthesized in a November ESSA board item as well. So our response from ED is pending. We hope to hear from them in the next several weeks. The other response that's pending right now from the Department of Education is California's request for a 4-year waiver to allow California to continue to include recently reclassified fluent English proficient students in measuring the progress of English learners. and provide additional weight for long-term English learners. And so initially, California submitted its waiver request. That we received an initial determination of denial from the Department of Education. We resubmitted our waiver request in October of 2018. And then in January, we had staff from CDE and State Board who attended essentially what it was our waiver hearing. And that waiver hearing actually allowed California to provide clarification to the Department of Ed regarding our rationale. And we still have not heard from them, but we do believe that it gave them a better understanding of the department's rationale for the way that we calculate for our English learners. And it also allowed us to clarify that English learners are included throughout California's accountability system and in the dashboard on each of the indicators. And so that response is pending, and it's also several weeks away. And I think part of that relates to these federal updates. You may know that Ed is undergoing a reorganization, and so they recently provided to states a reorganizational chart, but they've been going through this reorganization for about the last month and staff there is continuing to move over the next couple of months. And so while we do have context there, we imagine that is slowing down a bit of the response time. Also, just to let you know, there were some proposed changes to Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 for sexual harassment. Now, this title really was designed to protect students based on discrimination based on sex, but it's really been broadened more now to include gender equity and some other issues. And so states were invited and stakeholders to comment on those proposed changes. And so our superintendent, Tony Thurman, submitted a response to the proposed changes to the Title IX amendments of 1972 so that we can ensure that all students are protected appropriately in our K through 12 schools. Also, we have the Department of Ed recently released proposed guidance on the Title I supplement, not supplant guidance. And so in California, we are happy to say that we've actually been following this guidance for the last year, just based on statute. And so not a whole lot has to change for us in terms of how we monitor through our federal program monitoring for supplement, not supplant. But we do have some questions for Ed that we will be submitting towards the end of this month. And then, you know, there was a partial shutdown. There is a continuing resolution. The education was fully funded. However, some of the nutrition programs may have some impact, and so we're tracking that. But the continuing resolution does run through February 15th. So now I'd like to get into the school support and improvement eligibility, planning and assistance. And again, this is more of a sort of where are we, where have we landed? And I think just in terms of logistics, it makes sense for this presentation to go on, and then for my colleague Jeff Brashears to come and do his presentation on LEA and school planning, as they're a very nice complement, and you'll be able to sort of see how it all sort of works together. And then I think it's a good idea to have questions and things after Jeff Brashears goes, if that's fine. So these are the required categories for school improvement and support under ESSA. So there's CSI, and CSI has two sort of subcategories. One is the graduation rate below 67% for our high schools, and the other is the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools. And then we have targeted support and improvement, which were not identified this year, and then additional targeted support and improvement, which were identified this year, and that's based on student subgroups. So comprehensive support and improvement is based on the school level, and then the additional targeted support and improvement is based on the student group level. And so we have a February State Board of Education memo that's being prepared. I'm going to turn it over to Cindy Kazanis to provide just a few details on that.
Thank you, Shanine. So I think this has been the definitely the last week of news has been all around these schools and who's been identified, and if we've met the 5% target. We're actually over the 5% target. So the memo that that our staff has prepared, my staff has prepared, gives a real nice summary of information about why charter schools are in there, of course, because we're not allowed to exclude them because this is federal law. It also breaks down by alternative schools versus non-alternative schools. So that memo I'm expecting to be posted in the near future, but we weren't able to provide it to you today because it's still going through some editing. But that is what Shanine mentioned. We do have some information available on our website about CSI and TSI, all these acronyms that we're all trying to get familiar with, comprehensive support and additional targeted support. And I'm sure in future CPAG meetings, if there's interest about getting a briefing on this, I'm sure it would be we could make that recommendation, but we're still because we're still processing it right now. It wasn't the timing was off for us. So that is one thing that I wanted to make sure, because I know that member Keene had asked the question.
Thanks, Cindy. And so one of the questions that we do get is what funding and support in terms of funding is available for those schools that were identified for support and improvement under ESSA. And so there are two grants. One is to LEAs that are supporting schools that were identified or eligible or meet that criteria. And so when we work out the numbers in general, the LEA will receive about $162,000 per school that's eligible for CSI that's within its LEA. We have had trainings and webinars this week to walk LEAs through the funding application, and so that's all underway. And then the second is to county offices of education in the amount of $10 million total to support their LEAs in supporting their schools to improve. And all of this improvement is actually going to be enacted through our LEA and school planning processes, and that's what Jeff will talk to you a little bit about as well. But the funding itself is really to help with the school improvement and LEA improvement activities here. It's really about building capacity and helping those LEAs to support those schools as they're working with, for example, their school site councils in doing those needs assessments and identifying the evidence-based interventions, using the data to monitor and evaluate those effective activities, identifying for resource inequities. So this slide gives you an idea of the appropriate use of funds, and we're really expecting for county offices of education and LEAs to be proactive in their support regarding the school planning process. So sort of where are we now? As Cindy mentioned, there was a private preview period the week of January 25th for the assistance file, which contains the status for all of our schools. It is now posted publicly, and there's a link here on this webinar. And then we have the new school plan for student achievement. And so this is essentially our planning tool. AB 716, effective January 1st, 2019, provided the flexibility that schools that are eligible and meet the support and improvement criteria can use one plan as the tool. And so that plan is here. And what it does is it meets the general school-wide program Title I requirements, but then we've provided that additional support in that plan for how schools and LEAs would meet the requirements for comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement, and additional targeted support and improvement. We also have pretty robust frequently asked questions that are posted. Not only are they regarding funding, but they're also including elements, for example, on identification, but also on those single school districts and those charter schools that will be utilizing the LCAP flexibility. And what that does is it allows for those groups to use their LCAP to meet the federal school planning requirements. And so FAQs regarding those populations are here on this frequently asked questions site as well. We will have further guidance that will be released in the month of February, which will include more information about how the WASC accreditation process can fit seamlessly into this. We're working closely with Nancy Brownell of WASC to provide that guidance for schools and LEAs. And then also just some additional frequently asked questions that we've been receiving, even just since the template has been released. So we do have additional webinars and trainings scheduled throughout February, and also more to come. So I would like to just pause and allow Jeff to come forth, and we'll just have to switch slide decks. There's good.
Good morning. Good morning. Jeff Brashears, Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. Tagging off and continue on a little bit in an homage to Vince Lombardi when he, on the first day of training, he said, "Gentlemen, this is a football." We'll come back and say, "Folks, this is an LCAP." Talk about an LCAP. And so what is an LCAP? It's a plan. You can see here it's a plan part of the local control funding formula. It's an opportunity for districts to create really long-term goals of 3-year increments being updated annually to meet the needs of the students, as long as what specific actions will be taken and the expenditures and how they're going to achieve those goals and measure its progress along with the metrics that are all required with LCFF statute and the 8 priorities for school districts and charter schools and 10 for county office of education. So the anatomy of an LCAP in order of appearance, but not in order of being written. The plan summary really shows up first. There's a new budget overview for parents that will actually serve as a cover to the LCAP for the 1920 school year. Excuse me, but the plan summary is there, that which is first, but really should be written last as a result of what has been developed within the LCAP, and as a short ability for anybody of the public, any stakeholders to read and see what is the highlights of that LCAP. Then the annual update, part of that continuous improvement cycle of looking back of what have we done, how well have we done it, what do we need to change to move forward and continue on to strive to meet the needs of the students. Stakeholder engagement, talk a little bit. I have an item later on for the Priority 3 self-reflection tool, which is one of the priorities, but this stakeholder engagement really is the entire community as part of the development and monitoring and implementation of the LCAP. Then the goals, actions, and services, that's the meat of it, along with the annual update. And then the hard to say demonstration of increased or improved services for unduplicated pupils section. And that's where LEAs have the opportunity to say how they're really meeting the needs of those high need students, of unduplicated students. So, okay, so we have an LCAP, we have a dashboard. How do they interact, and what's the expectation? So this is what's linking with the LCAP and the dashboard. You can see the annual update, the analysis, looking back to how well have you done? Look at your dashboard and the data in the dashboard. With that, how are you going to make any changes of what you're going to do moving forward? Again, in your goals, actions, and services, as part of the identified need, the instructions actually say and have a prompt saying, look at your data, look at your local data, refer back to your dashboard. What is your need to help develop that goal? And then the plan summary, there's 3 prompts, and you'll see of the greatest progress, your greatest needs, and then those performance gaps that may show up as part of looking at the dashboard. Here is just showing as part of the template itself. It shows here including performance data from the evaluation rubrics. I'll talk about that in a second, and then the analysis of the evaluation rubrics. We made a couple changes to the state board authorized some changes to the LCAP template at its January meeting, and one of the changes was to change the reference from evaluation rubrics to the California School Dashboard, and we did that within the plan summary because that's written every year. We also did it in the instructions because that's not, that's on, I mean, it's static, it's there. We did not make changes to the meat of, if you will, of the main body of the template because we didn't want to have LEAs copy and paste into a new template that they have to adhere to for just a change of words within the annual update referring to the evaluation rubric. So at the next cycle, when we get to redesign the LCAP yet again, for the 2023 cycle, we will make those changes here within the body of the LCAP template as well. Feels like I'm flying a million miles an hour. I'll slow down a little bit. Here is again showing the identified need, and this is where one would look at the instructions and look at the dashboard and look at the data that's presented in the dashboard to inform what those needs are as an LEA would develop those goals to meet the needs of their students. So here we're at the plan summary. Again, should be written last. And review of a performance, you can see here, looking at your California school dashboard, what's your greatest progress? What are your success? It has an ability, continuous improvement is not only it's not a deficit-looking approach, but what are we doing well? What can we learn from ourselves as we're being successful? Here's an opportunity to say, look at the dashboard. This is what we're doing well. This is our part of our greatest progress. And again, referencing back not only, but to include looking at the dashboard. And then looking again at the dashboard, what are your greatest needs? Looking at your red and your orange performance categories, or looking at your local indicators. If you have not met the requirements of reporting and doing the work that is required for the local indicators and the self-reflection tools, if you have any not met or not met for 2 or more years, what are your greatest needs and how did you address it? Not how are you going to, how did you address it in the LCAP that you've developed? And then again, performance gap is looking at any students that has 2 or more performance levels below the all student group within that category. Again, what has the LEA done? What is the LEA doing to address those needs? So I said there's changes to the LCAP, and here it is. What we went to and we asked the state board is we removed the budget summary for the LCAP plan summary. That was in response to the budget overview for parents that was created. We're not going to get into the weeds of that, but those prompts were removed from the plan summary, the budget overview portion of the LCAP. So that was taken out. As we've talked a little bit about the ESSA requirements, the comprehensive support and improvement prompts have been added to the LCAP. We'll look at that here in a little bit and obviously be glad to answer any questions and explain that. Made minor conforming changes to the instructions and appendices. Ed Code 52062, parent engagement, that changed, so we made some changes in references of that. API is gone, took that out. Again, made those changes from the evaluation rubrics to the dashboard. And then there was also a prompt in the plan summary about the increase for improved services in the plan summary. And we found that was really duplicative in effort, and so we asked the state board and they agreed to remove that because that demonstration section is where one can really address how one is meeting the needs for the unduplicated students within the LEA, and really it also shows up quite often within the greatest progress, greatest needs, and the performance gap. So it was really a duplication of effort, and we were able to have that removed, and then again replaced most references, again, as we said, of taking out LCFF evaluation rubrics and then made reference to the California School Dashboard. All right, ESSA requirements. So here's the new prompts, and the next slide will you can actually read the prompts, but this is talking about how the LEA is supporting its schools that have been, that are eligible for comprehensive support and improvement. We'll talk about, and technically the state education agency, the state board, is to approve those CSI school plans, and we have a method in which we're going to do that to meet those requirements. Here are the prompts. One is to identify the schools that have been identified. This is the statute. We're still saying they're eligible for this support. And then how is the LEA supporting those identified schools to develop their school plans, their CSI plans, which would be the school plan for student achievement. And then also describe how the LEA will monitor and evaluate the implementation and the effectiveness of those school plans. And that is kind of a summary of what they're going to be doing, because here's the plan, our approach in the plan approval process. The school site council develops the school plan and includes the CSI requirements. If a school is identified for CSI, they will develop that plan in conjunction with the support and in conjunction with their district. Then the LEA governing board will approve the plan. The LEA will summarize the support in those 3 prompts in the plan summary of the LCAP. And the county office for school districts will approve the LCAP. If a county office has schools identified for CSI, they would also respond to those prompts, and those LCAPs would come to our office here at CDE for review and approval. And then what we'll do is we'll collect a list of districts that have schools identified for CSI from those county offices, compile a list, very similar to as we bring a consolidated application to the state board, bring this list to the state board and say, here's the LEAs that have schools identified for CSI. They have adequately responded to the prompts of demonstrating how they're going to support their schools and how they did support their schools in the development of their plan and how they will support their schools in implementing and monitoring the progress of those plans. That's what I have, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
So this was really helpful. I also serve as a school board member, and so I have the benefit of learning all of this here, but the second step here is that the boards are supposed to approve these plans. Is there any guidance, or how are boards expected to understand all of this information that you've explained beautifully to us?
So we provide guidance to the LEAs, and there's guidance that we have posted, and we will continue to develop the guidance for the school plans. And I would imagine and would hope that school board members would gain insight from those guidance, specific guidance to school board members that is not there, but the audience is the LEA in developing those plans and how to support that.
Okay, so the LEA should take special care to get
Yes.
their boards up to speed.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
I have a couple questions. So what I asked earlier, and I guess this is as we're trying to help people understand the different identifications that are resulting from the dashboard. And so what I asked earlier about ATSI and CSI should, in the 3 levels of the statewide system of support. So there's a lot of webinars that are being presented to parents, to many people. Where are we fitting those into those 3 levels, and how can we explain that when we're explaining it to people?
So ATSI, CSI, they are federal, they're identification, federal requirements, and then the differentiated assistance is a state requirement based on the dashboard. How they interact, I think that the support is there for both schools or or all levels of support. How specifically can an ATSI or a school that's been identified, can they also be eligible for differentiated assistance? I'll defer to Cindy or Jenny or anybody that has a better, Shanine.
So I guess the way I'm looking at this is we're telling people there's a statewide system of support, and we're identifying schools because S is making us do that. I get that. So then how do we, because we have there was that lovely phrase, the integrated state, federal, and local, system of accountability. So I guess I'm just looking for a way to help people understand, even though it's ESSA and they're kind of making us do something that doesn't fit with our system, we've said we only have one system, so we need to try and address it and say it's fitting somewhere.
Sure.
Trust us, it's right here.
Absolutely. So hopefully this will help. So we know that through LCFF, LEAs are eligible for differentiated assistance, and we know that that's level 2, right? And so, and that's because in California, we've said that LEAs really own this process of improvement and are the leverage point, essentially. And so for those schools that are eligible for support and improvement under ESSA, because it's at the school level, essentially they have the level 1 support, However, after a certain amount of years, if, for example, a school fails to improve in a particular category, then the idea is that it could then be elevated. It could elevate that the district would be eligible for level 2. But I also want to point out that there is overlap. And this is what the memo will speak to that Cindy talked about between those LEAs that are eligible for differentiated assistance and then those schools that were eligible for support and improvement under ESSA. So it's going to run about 80 or so % of overlap, so that their LEA is already eligible for differentiated assistance. So yes, we do have a way of bringing them in, and Cindy might have more to add on that.
I think to Shanine's point, we already are in majority of the districts that have schools that are identified. For those that don't, they are brought into the system of support, especially our charter school community. This is new to them. So there are other individuals in the audience who are hosting webinars. The first webinar took place this week for districts. We're going to do one for county offices. Shanine is now our ESSA lead, and we do have a monthly ESSA webinar and engagement. And so I think for some that haven't been following this as close in detail, because we've been sort of really caught up in our state system, this is now coming to light, and so folks are now having to pay attention to it and learn some new terminology. But you know, with part of this having direct money, this is different than the state system, and so I think that also gets people a little more engaged. You know, sometimes money does play a role. So there is, to your point, there's a lot of education that has to happen. The system of support is still under development, just like our accountability system is still under development. And we're going to really be depending on our geographic leads and some of these new leads to really help us tease some of these messages out. But we are, like I said, we just identified January 31st, so we are so new in this piece, but we are ready to support. And there's, like I mentioned, several websites that we've put up that are to help that. But to your point about as a school board member, you know, your other hats, sometimes things don't get down to that level. And how do we get to that level effectively? And so that is a challenge that I'm sure we'll be trying to overcome over the next couple of weeks and months.
It does seem, because the CSI schools will be such a prominent part of the LCAP, which the counties are reviewing, and then the counties are the ones providing differentiated assistance, that would tie in. Mm-hmm. All right. The other things that I have are mostly comments. So I'll just say that as a district in differentiated assistance, I've been, as a school board member, still invited to sit in some of those meetings with the county. And I know it's been said, I think here before, that different counties are approaching it differently and have different capacity levels. And I went to a fantastic presentation at the School Boards Association annual conference given by Kern County, and I just want to say their process looked wonderful. On the CSI questions that are part of the LCAP summary, I read over them and then thought about how my district would probably answer them. And it turned out that I thought the answers would probably, as a reader of the LCAP, as a parent or any, you know, from someone from outside, would be pretty unsatisfying. They're going to tell me that they're meeting with them and giving them support, and then they're going to say, and then you know, they're going to repeat actually almost the prompt. And so I was thinking, you know, is it something where, here's what I would love to know as a reader of the LCAP. Oh, some of your schools are identified for CSI. Are there common themes or issues at your CSI schools? Or what are those main problems at those schools that, you know, they may not rise to the level of your district's greatest needs? And then are there one or two school strategies or a system-wide strategy, because you have commonalities, that you're going to use for the CSI schools? I'm just saying, as a reader of the LCAP, the questions as currently written, I think, lead us kind of down that compliance. I just have to tell them I did something. So that's a comment. My next comment is a worry that I've had around school plans for many years is, or at least the ones that were written in my district, when you said identify the need, they said 20% of the students scored proficient and the rest were not on the CST. And I'm like, well, that's not a need. You've just told me the result of a metric. And so when I see some of this where we really closely say, look at your dashboard and then tell us what the needs are, people are going to reiterate, we got a red in this indicator. Well, that's not your need. Your need is a couple layers down. I mean, chronic absenteeism for a certain subgroup, well, it's not that they just won't come to school. There's a need there somewhere. Anyway, so I don't know how we help make sure that they don't kind of fall into that trap of just repeating the dashboard levels back, because it's not helpful. And we really want to promote the continuous improvement, getting down to what made it that color, not just it's a color, therefore it's a problem that someone wants me to talk about. And then one of the things that we weren't sure about for the changes to school site councils, and I know they're going to be working on these new, they're going to be working on their existing school plan template or their existing school plans in a more rigorous way, although they should have been rigorous all along. At the high school levels, because some of our identified schools are high schools, we aren't sure anymore whether they still have to be a quarter students or now if you can get away with just having one student. So I'm not asking for an answer here, but the way the new language is written, it doesn't any longer say your high school site council has to be a quarter student. So if that guidance can kind of get out to the field somehow about, because it also says your principal doesn't have to be your site council, on your site council anymore. So those are fairly significant changes that matter a lot to the field.
So if I may, we have provided guidance to the comprehensive support and improvement prompts. And so I'll look back at that. Our office developed that guidance and truly was trying to build it out more than what you're saying is just recite back to the prompt and said, you know, we did good stuff, right? And to move beyond that. So we'll look at that to see if we've asked for that theme. I think it's a great input and a great put, you know, to look at that and encourage that type of thoughtful response. With the guidance of the identified need, we're in the process of hopefully early next week, we're staging it now, is provide guidance to both school planning and LCAP planning to talk about more what is an identified need, not, you know, we have an X% of attendance rate, to go beyond that, to dig deeper with that, to implement this cycle of improvement, to look at and dig deeper, how to write a SMART goal, not just our goal is to do X, but to really get there and have it thoughtful. So we shared some of that yesterday and a Tuesday at 2 webinar about the school plan, and that is being built out and, like I said, be posted. And I think, I'm confident that addresses that concern that you're saying of just regurgitating, you know, that kind of support. And I know that the guidance is being developed in response to the new school site council expectations, and that's shortly forthcoming as well.
So on the greatest need, I think the more we can give people examples, you know, give them a sample need and give them maybe good ones and bad ones. You know, here's an example of a need that doesn't really rise to the level of what we expect for these very specific reasons. Because I know that when people get presented with the blank templates, they just, they don't quite know where to go. But if they see some samples, and again, I think good and bad might be helpful, because in the bad, like, oh, yeah, we have done that in the past. And you say why it's bad, not just, hey, this is bad. I hope you can figure out why. I think that would be fantastic.
Point well taken, thanks.
And I mean, as a parent, I am part of my of the school site council, one of my daughter's schools. And part of what I'm seeing is when we're doing the CPAG, you know, there's the training when it comes to root cause analysis is not yet at the school site level. And so a lot of, you know, I'm not into a lot of what you're saying, because yes, they're repeating part of what they're seeing in the dashboard, in all the planning. I think part of what we're also missing as parents that are informing the plans is options about different practices, because usually the staff comes ready and presents what they've been doing, and it works for some students, but they don't go deep enough in their analysis to see, you know, why is it not working for the other students. And typically there's a hesitancy to expand meetings. So typically you know, it is expected that we're going to cover all materials within 30 minutes. And we have pushed back, you know, with the parents and extended it to 2 hours. But it's not a pleasant process for the staff to stay longer, right? And so I'm trying to find, you know, again, what is the best way to reset expectations as to how these meetings should be facilitated, because if you're really going to engage in dialogue, you need more time. And second, again, additional training for both the staff and on continuous improvement science, but also for parents, because, you know, when we're presented with only one option as to this is what we have been doing, it works, they don't really want to change, and we can't present a strong enough case of other programs that have worked for specific populations because we don't have that information.
Point well taken, thank you. And that is, as you know, that is a prompt in the self-reflection tool is how well LEAs are engaging their parents with the advisory councils and seeking that input. So it's a step, but it's not enough, right, to move beyond that as well.
So building upon the comments of Kimberly and Araceli, as a former principal, I know that sometimes getting those SIPSs done, we're just getting it done, right? Right, and then we have to present, we just have to present, right? And get this thing approved because it's due tomorrow, right? That type of a thing. And that is just sometimes the reality of what it's like at a site. What I really liked about two of the comments that I just heard is, first, the examples are very helpful, and I agree that that would be useful. I might also suggest, building on what Araceli said, that by need we put in parentheses root cause, because I think that helps to drill down a little bit more. As well, I have a question about the CSI, and I'm thinking back to the good old days where we received, if we were in program improvement, that our parent communities received letters sharing the news that their school was in program improvement and that now their students could do some sort of a voluntary transfer to another school that had higher scores. So my question is, will there be any type of letter generated for these schools that are CSI schools?
There will not be.
Good, good, good. And finally, I'd like to just applaud the efforts to align the SIPSAs to the WASC accreditation process. And I'm going on a WASC visit in about a month, so I'm a little bit curious about when that might roll out.
I don't have timeline with that. I don't know if Shanine has timeline with that, but we're working, ongoing working with WASC into what that looks like and how that best would work. Would it be for this year and this visit? Probably not. It would be more in having it develop as these school plans are really for the 1920 school year. I would imagine that implementation with the WASC would be for the following year as well.
That just seems like it's so intuitive to be working in that direction, so great job with that, Shanine. I'm thinking that the more that we can dovetail all of our plans into an integrated system, the more impact we'll have on student learning.
Absolutely.
Because it'll limit initiative overload and really just help us to focus on what we need to do.
Hey, I'm going at this from a charter school direction, and the CSI, that summary chart you have right there, is problematic in the sense that, first of all, charter schools are their own LEA. So if they're identifying schools within the LEA, that's the charter school is identifying the charter school that is then going to describe how the charter school is going to support the charter school and how the charter school is going to monitor the charter school. So all that wonderful levels that are built into this whole CSI process and the LCAP is in fact one entity talking to itself. So when they're writing these plans, it gets muddy very, very fast. All well intentions and good thoughts. So I don't know. I'm wondering how that works for a charter school.
Sure.
And charter schools up until this have had no requirement to have a school site council. So some do, some don't. So is the CSI and the ESSA plan, does it require an identified school site council, or does it just require a stakeholder group that could be meeting and talking about this. It's not a formally identified school site council.
Okay, so a couple of things. I would agree with you that these prompts are not written for single school districts, and nor are they written for charters, right? Okay, so looking at that, fully acknowledging that, and a single school district and a charter school it'd be kind of redundant to respond to number one, how we're identified, right? So I can appreciate that. But prompts 2 and 3, they would still talk about how they are developing, how they develop the schools, I mean the plan and how they're working in conjunction with the development requirement, and also how they will evaluate the implementation and the effectiveness. And for the charter schools, that CSI, the plan summary, part of the LCAP, would go to the county office in the county in which they reside just for approval of the CSI portion of the prompt to meet the ESSA requirements for that. So going on to what schools do we have to do a school site council, with Ed Code 64001, and now allows single school districts and charter schools to use their LCAP to meet the federal planning requirements. So they don't have to have 2 plans if they choose not to. There are some extra, if you will, in LCAP Plus to meet those planning requirements for either a school-wide program or CSI, TSI, ATSI. And that guidance is currently embedded in an FAQ. We're putting that together to both live on a website, but also to blast it out to the schools just so they can see that in a 1 or 2 pager of what that would look like. And so if a charter school or a single school district chooses to use their LCAP to meet planning requirements, they would use the stakeholder requirements to develop the LCAP, and that would suffice. So if a charter school is going to use their LCAP, they don't have to convene a school site council again, or yet, over and above, but they would be required to use the stakeholder requirements as they develop their LCAP to meet that need. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Jeff. This is really helpful, and I just have questions like many of my colleagues up here. I too am on our school site council, and so I just have questions around the timeline around all this. When I tried to click through the link to the new template and the link didn't work. So maybe you guys could send that around, and also the guidance that you referenced that's available. But by when will school site councils get guidance from their district on how to do this? And have you guys already given that guidance to districts on how to guide their school sites? And then how does the funding work exactly? I think there are requirements that funding has to be spent by a certain time. So how do school sites and LEAs meaningfully engage in a process around needs assessment, around identifying evidence-based interventions, and like what support can CDE provide to help identify those? And is that happening as part of level 1 supports for everybody? So those are just some of my questions on the mechanics. I know you guys are just rolling it out, and maybe we'll work out the kinks this year and in the coming years. But the money's on the table right now, and I'm worried that it won't be well spent if we don't really support school sites and LEAs in engaging in these meaningful conversations.
I can have somebody talk to you about funding if you would like. We can do that. As far as the timeline with the school plans, that really is a local decision. When I was sitting on a school site council, our school chose to adopt our CPSA. It was a CPSA then, it's still a school plan, in the fall, right? Looking back and say, okay, everything's done, we know what we're going to do, how are we going to do our year now? And we did our our CPSA in the fall. A lot of schools do their CPSAs in the late spring. It's still a local control, it's still a local matter of, there's no statutory deadline. It needs to be implemented for the 1920 school year. That time in adoption would not impact the LEA's ability to respond to these prompts of how they're doing it. The guidance that I spoke to earlier, I hope is posted by, our goal is early next week. If I pick a day, I'll be wrong, so early next week. And we can talk about funding if, with that and with that support. The county offices are receiving funding to approve the CSI plans and also have the opportunity to support those LEAs in the development the LEAs to support the schools in the development of those plans. Do you want to talk at all about funding, or if there's specific questions about funding, I'll call a friend.
I think it's still morning. Can I say good morning or should I say good afternoon? My name is Lori Marshall, and I'm the Education Administrator for our School Improvement and Support Office. So that means we get all of these monies and we get to administer them. So I think one of the first important things to know about these funds is that right now we want to talk about the funds using the fiscal year for which they are appropriated, if you will. So we're talking about the fiscal year 18 funds. And I think it's important for that distinction because there will be fiscal year 19 funds and there will be fiscal year 20 funds and so forth until someone goes back to Washington and reauthorizes ESSA, right? With the fiscal year 18 funds, I think what's challenging for folks wrapping your brains around is that generally money will come out like at the beginning of a fiscal year, which is around the start of a school year. And these funds are coming out now because they follow our accountability system. So we needed to know which schools would be eligible for support first. So we're really kind of thinking, at least with these fiscal year 18 funds, and I'll give you kind of the start date and the end date of fiscal year 18 funds, and our thinking behind kind of structuring that time frame. But the funds really coming out now that we know which schools are eligible, which means we now know which LEAs are eligible to apply for the funding. Two different things. You're eligible for support, but the LEA is really the subrecipient, right? So now we know who that is. So now meeting statutory requirements that in order for the LEA to receive their application, they needed to, receive their allocation rather, they were required to submit an application to the state. So when we see that in the statute, the start date of the actual grant performance period can't begin prior to an approved application. That's tied up in a bunch of regulatory, statutory stuff around uniform guidance and so forth. So on just this past Monday, the fiscal year 18-19 application for funding was released. It is out there now. The preliminary funding results are posted to our CSI webpage. I think that was in Shanine's PowerPoint, so folks can go and see, and I can, if you had questions about what preliminary means, I can talk about that too. But the start, in order for, we have about 414 or so LEAs that are eligible to apply for the funding. That's a lot of applications. Some may apply, choose to apply, some may choose not to apply. And so the application for the LEAs will be due on the 22nd of February. It's a short turnaround time, but we released the application on Monday. We sent the unique login credentials to all of the eligible LEAs Monday evening, and I think by yesterday we already had 4 applications. This is not a complicated application, which is very exciting. So we anticipate that the CDE will complete its review of all of the applications that we receive and the start of the grant period, which means the date that the LEAs can begin sort of charging expenditures to, if you will, would be March 18. I know that's a strange start time, but we got to have a start date. We're trying to get the apps in and reviewed and then be able to get those out. Again, keeping in mind that this is fiscal year 18, and we know, and if you had questions about this, we know that schools can exit at the end of each year, and so we don't fund schools that exit, yet the funding is there to support plan development and implementation. So if the beginning of the grant period is March 18, 2019, you think about in your local context what type of plan development activities are going on in this, we'll call it, like late winter, early spring time period. And then when does plan implementation begin? Generally, it begins when the schools, are back in session. And we wanted these funds they need to be able to support plan development and implementation. And we wanted these initial funds to start as early as we possibly could and then go through the end of the school year. Why? Because the school plan and the LCAPs are implemented during a school year. So if you were to roll out all of the various activities, if you just took plan development, what happens in March, what happens in April, what happens in May, what happens in the spring, however you want to look at it, those funds are there to support that. And then what implementation looks like, which includes review and approval processes and looking at data and so forth. So what are the activities that happen? The funds are there to support that through the school year. That was a lot of information.
So is that planning in 19 and then implementation and evaluation in 1920?
Correct.
On the fiscal 2018 funds?
Correct, exactly. I think that's the hard part too. We talk fiscal year 18, we talk fiscal year 18-19, we talk about plan development spring 2019, we talk about plan implementation 1920. And so it's really just, just to sort of make it maybe, and I've done this for myself a little more simple, is that they are the fiscal year 18 funds. That's like the identity of the funds, right? But they are to support plan development and implementation for 1920. Yeah.
And so start here and we'll work our way around. Jesse?
Wanted to bring this back a little bit to a conversation we had in the last segment, which was really the overlay between what I'm going to call the state accountability component and the federal accountability component of our integrated system, right? And it would be good to really know which schools are identified for both CSI on the federal side and also for the future of the state support network, right? Because I know for a fact, I mean, Department of Ed is one of my clients. They are very, very interested in states and LEAs and schools to try to leverage both of the resources from the federal government and the state government in concert, right? And making them work together. So you'll hear a lot about, I mean, a lot of practitioners are very scared by the supplement, not supplant. But, Department of Ed, they really want you, to the extent possible, to commingle two sources of funding. And I know we don't have the state support network is not completely up and running yet, but I think when we get to the future, when we start writing these plans at the school level for the CSI or the LCAPs, it should really talk about how you're going to put together a holistic system of support, which is going to really address both the CSI needs and also the needs under our, I'm going to call it the state component of our accountability system. So that's just what I wanted to say. I mean, I think all this is great. I mean, while it might be difficult to think about just the CSI money, it's money they're fronting you to plan ahead for the next year. So it's not that hard to think about, and it's really important. I mean, it's much better than the alternative, which is, here's your money, start planning. You have to implement next month, right? You don't want that. So.
Second year, what about a third year, to allow districts and schools to really take long-term views of what they need to do and maybe address it in a way that might be more effective in the long term.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea and certainly something that we can explore and look at as we move to the fiscal year 19 funds. So, I think one of the complexities is that we know that schools can exit each year and that the funds can only be there to support those schools that meet that criteria. So there's one of those complexities, but we definitely we've played around with should it be a 1-year application versus a 3-year application, because we identify or we look at that criteria, examine the schools once every 3 years for CSI or 4 years, whichever it turned out to be. So certainly that is something that we can look at going forward. There are legal timelines on funds of when they need to be spent, obviously. So that isn't any different than any general grant management understanding. But I think that's something that certainly is viable to look at moving forward.
All right, thank you. And then along well, the other question I have is really asking if a school is identified for CSI, let's say on one indicator for a particular subgroup, and receives some funds, are those funds limited to only dealing with that indicator and that subgroup, or if say the school has done an analysis and realizes what's really causing this is we have this outcome here, but what's really causing it is something before that showed up in this one group but affects other groups, and maybe it's more systemic across the school. Do they have the flexibility to use those funds to address what they really think is the root cause of their problem?
Yes, the needs assessment, comprehensive, segmented, however folks want to look at that or how they approach that work locally, should be driving, including a root cause analysis, right? So we hope that folks are going to facilitate that process. The funds are there not to block, but to provide the opportunity. It's just a matter of are folks going to take that opportunity? But certainly that needs assessment and the findings or the outcomes from root cause analysis should be driving the decisions about how resources and support and funding is used. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to clarify that schools identified for CSI are identified based on the performance at the all students group. It's not based on student group data.
Okay,
it's based on the data at the school-wide level.
The same analogy, though, if it was poor performance in one area and the school has said, well, it's really because of,
right.
X. That
everything that she said applies. But I just wanted to be clear that it's based on the performance at the school-wide level, not on a particular student group. ATSI is based on student groups.
A quick follow-up question, because I think Jeff or someone mentioned, so the funds are coming from the feds to the state to the districts. Is there an idea of how much goes to each school? I don't know what the Fed's intent was, that they really want it to end up at the school, or once it's at the district kind of decides how to allocate it amongst their CSI schools.
Yeah, so we look for clues in the statute when the statute is very vague. And so the statute does not explicitly state that the district, or it's the LEA really, right? So that the LEA take the funds and then allocate them to the school. However, some of the clues in the statute, obviously what's reasonable kind of point to, well, if we're requiring a school plan, and that the plan is to be the tool or sort of the informant, if you will, of improving the outcomes for students at the school, then oftentimes plans need resources. They need money, right? So, so that's one clue, right, that we have plans to be developed and implemented and monitored and evaluated for their outcomes. And then the other clue is around reporting, which will come, I think, later. Cindy, if anybody had questions about it, I think Jonathan Eisler had talked about it. But under Section 1003 of the ESSA, there is a reporting requirement that the state report to the Department of Education the names of the schools that received funding, the amount that each school received, and the strategies that the school implemented. So that's sort of another clue that, and so, but what I tell folks, because it's not that explicit in the statute, if people are sort of living in that space of just tell me what to do and what the statute says, is that really, again, it goes back to the needs assessment. Right? So what does the needs assessment what does it tell us? What does it tell the LEA, tell the school, the community about what strategies or what improvement is needed and where, and how to go about that, certainly at the local decision. So the application for funding for LEAs is set up in a way that sort of the next to last section, we call it a funding plan, and we are asking the LEA to tell us from their total allocation that they receive, how will they allocate that across their schools? And also, if the LEA found through its needs assessment that the LEA needed to retain some of those funds at the LEA level to be able to support, as long as what it was doing was not district-wide but directly related to the improvement of those schools, that it could retain some of those funds. So there certainly is a lot of flexibility in how that looks. And I've heard some LEAs ask me, well, what if we don't want to give any money to our schools? And I tell them, don't call me. I don't want to be at that meeting, right? But you know, hopefully folks are really driving their decisions based on what the needs are and what they're learning about the support of the school.
Might I just add one example where it might be logical for the district to, quote, keep the money. So let's say that you have 3 or 4 schools that have been slated for CSI, right? And they all have very, very similar needs, right? The needs assessments sort of line up across those schools. Well, it might be much more efficient for the central office to centralize those services and then deploy them. Of course, in the reporting, you want to report how much has been spent on each school, right? So that you know, but of course, we don't want the districts to be calling all of the shots. We want to sort of a bottom up, right? Each school to sort of develop. I think the intention is for each school to develop their own plan, right? But
well, for CSI in the statute, for CSI, the shift in responsibility, there is a shift in responsibility. For CSI, it is the LEA that's responsible for partnering with the stakeholders and developing and implementing the plan. Now, that partnership is with schools. So the language, and with ATSI or TSI in the future, then it is the school upon notification, right, learning of its student groups. Then the school develops the plan. So it's important to just understand the shift. But really the big picture is building the capacity of the districts, the LEAs, to support their schools, right? So that's kind of where the conversation, I think the intent behind the legislation is with the funding.
One point of clarification, because I thought it was a really, really good point about the you mentioned once they exit, grant's over, right?
For those schools, as long as those schools, if they exit, they're no longer meeting the criteria, and so they wouldn't be eligible for that level of support, which means their LEA wouldn't be eligible for those funds.
Yeah.
For fiscal year 18, who knows what the future holds?
Sure, but then given that scenario, there's no period over which there's sort of support funding to keep them from relapsing, for lack of a better term?
Well, relapsing. Well, I do think that by allowing the funds to be used through the entire school year, because the dashboard comes out at the end of each calendar year, right? And then we're on sort of that January, we'll know, you know, which schools are continuing, which schools exited. So we're not going to take the money back. Oh, you had it, but you know, now you've exited. No, they're in a plan. They should be able to continue to fulfill that plan. And then I think it's the intent of the legislation, and I think everyone would probably also agree that if that school had once been eligible for a level of support, that the district, through its support and capacity building, would continue to monitor that school and work with those schools to ensure that sustainable support. But to answer your question, there really isn't any sustainability money that comes in addition to this. Yeah.
So I know lunch is here, and I think we're about maybe 5 to 7 minutes from completing this item. I know we have one more question over here, and then we have just a couple of public comments. So I promise you a break as soon as we wrap up this item.
Thank you. So continuing on the theme of funding issues and questions about them, if I were a district and I had, for example, let's say multiple continuation high schools and they all became CSI, or some number of them did. And in analyzing their data and what they decided is that they really needed some job embedded coaching. They needed somebody there to help support the instructional program. And no one of them, if we divvied up the money, no one of them had the funds to do that on their own. So together we do it if the district says, okay, we're going to hire this coach to spend a certain amount of time at each of the schools. And I presume it's okay to do something like that because it's based on what the schools are needing and facilitated by the district able to do that and to support them. And that in reporting it, at some point you say, well, a third of the person's cost went to school one, a third went to the second one, and a third went to the third one. And I'm guessing that would probably be acceptable.
So let me just say that the legislature, so the funds come, they're federal funds, they come in a grant award to the State Department, right? But in order for us to spend those funds, we have to have legislative authority or budget authority. And so through that process, the legislature may sort of apply some other rules to the funds. And this is a situation where they did that. So when you read the budget language, the legislature said that these funds may not be used to hire additional permanent staff. And so then when you ask, well, what is additional permanent staff? That's a great question. Just the intent behind that is that these funds are really not, this is not sustainable. Like people aren't sustainable, right? We know that. And so how do you most strategically use these funds that, given the scope in California, really isn't that much per school? So how do you most strategically use these funds to improve where you need to improve and then be able to sustain that over time? So to hire, if they use the funds to hire like permanent staff of the LEA, then it doesn't sound that that would be allowable under what the legislature has imposed around the funds.
I put my old categorical hat on. These would be temporary positions because you never know if the funding is going to continue. But the reason I'm asking it, and I think it's important discussion, is that if I had staff that wanted some more support for instruction, I have kind of two ways of doing that. One is to hire consultants to come in or send them out to conferences. Another one is to do it in-house. And if I can do it for the same amount of dollars, I'd rather do it in-house because that's ongoing support that can happen Monday through Friday over and over and over again versus, a conference here or a consultant here who's here and gone. Mm-hmm. So just a thought about, how do you provide the most comprehensive support for something? And so I understand that there are rules that they'll have to work out, but I also—
As long as that coach you haven't used the funds to hire, that's not a brand new position. Using the funds to contract for services, that isn't allowable or reasonable. How you go about doing that so that it builds the capacity of those who are, at the school and are working and so forth, teaching and leading and so forth. Certainly that's a local decision. Those are all would be reasonable expenditures.
It would be very helpful for districts to have a lot of guidance around an FAQ and what's allowable, what's not allowable, to clarify it, because I can see it being interpreted in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
The other general question that I had is, I asked earlier about a situation where school was identified for eligible for CSI for a particular reason, but in their own analysis they realized it wasn't only this, it was something that preceded it. There was some causal thing. I can imagine a situation where a continuation high school is in CSI for a graduation rate, for example. And because kids typically only go to continuation high school for 11th and 12th grade, they may analyze what they're doing, but they also might say, you know what, if we had caught those kids in 9th grade, if we had supports in place to make sure that our 9th graders were progressing at the appropriate rate and our 10th graders were progressing, and that maybe it was the counseling services, who knows, if we had extra services for these kids. So in a situation like that, can those funds be used perhaps for, say, this continuation high school, but also maybe for the comprehensive high school as part of their analysis that this, in fact, this problem that we have with 12th graders started with 9th graders?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and right now I'll answer it by saying that the schools that are that are meeting the criteria for CSI. So if there's a school that is not meeting the criteria for CSI, but may be producing or generating some concerns, certainly the district would likely, or the LEA would likely be working with that school to address that. But these funds have to be used at the school that meets the criteria for the money.
Thank you.
But to your point, I want to add that district alternative schools, or DAS schools, status schools, they actually have some flexibility and options when they're creating their plans. And so we can provide additional information
Okay,
to your
thank you.
point.
Thank you very much.
Ed, did you have the final comment? You sure? Okay. All right. I know we have public comment on this item.
Yes, we have 3 people for public comment. First, we have Liz Guillen from Public Advocates, then Brian Rivas from Ed Trust West, and Efren Mercado from Children Now.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. So much has happened and so many great improvements. It's pretty amazing, and it's great to be part of the process and a stakeholder in seeing the improvement happen. I really appreciate the fact that you practitioners are on it and you have identified many of the same concerns that we have had and that we have heard parents talk about and community organizers talk about with regard to capacity building, especially at the school site level and even at the district level. One of our concerns, and I wanted to share it with you, we made the point at State Board of Ed meeting to say that a prompt in the LCAP for school districts to say, here's how we, here are the school plans, and this is what we did to support them, still in our mind does not meet the requirement of the federal law to have somebody review and approve those plans. You all have spoken to the lack of capacity within districts, and so we have a lot of concerns about that, and we hope that you will be looking out for how that really happens. We know that this is a big change and it's happening quickly, but your eyes on the ground, along with ours, I think can really support the state as we move forward on this. We know it's a very big lift, but we're very excited about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Efren Mercado from Children Now. A couple of quick points I want to reiterate what Liz said. The evolution of the dashboard in our state has been tremendous, and it really is a big kudos to CDE and State Board, to Cindy, Carrick, Jenny, her team, and everyone on how it has evolved and how the discussion today really highlights the idea that it will continue to evolve, and we have really great discussion about how we can help improve outcomes for kids. So it's a really great thing going forward. On the ESSA piece, I want to go a little bit further than Liz did earlier, and the idea that the CSI schools are identified for low performing. If you're an elementary school, that means that you're red for chronic absenteeism, suspension, math, and ELA. So it's across the board on every indicator that you have that's possible besides local ones saying that you're red, which is a pretty low threshold for our state. And I think the logic behind how we're approaching the CSI approval for SIPSA, we understand the logic of it, but I think the bigger question now is that the schools that really need a significant amount of help, the LEA has always been there. So what's the equity backstop for helping the LEA help the school? I think it's a big question for us, because if your child was going to an elementary school in which they were red across those 4 indicators, what would you really want for your child and for your kid or your grandchild? So it's a big thing for us. I'm not saying that how we're doing it's wrong. We're purely saying that the equity backstop really needs to be there, and how we really approach this will be very important as we move forward. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Marta Alvarez, on behalf of ACSA, the Association of California School Administrators. We really appreciate the discussion today. It's a very timely conversation you're having, and I particularly appreciated the discussion at the beginning of the morning, looking at the overview of the dashboard and the accountability metrics, how we got here, where we have been for the last 2.5 years. For AXA, we plan to continue to engage our administrators in reviewing the technical guide and some of the details around the dashboard indicators. I think tied to the next agenda item. But I think it's really important to have that framework and the basic understanding, the foundation of any of these schools or districts getting identified. It comes down to the indicators and the data that we have for our student populations. And so to the extent that there's future conversations around improving the dashboard, that would be one place to focus, which I know will be the next item. But regarding who gets identified, how they got identified, whether schools for CSI, TSI, or eventually ATSI, the question got asked by member Keeney, how does this get tied back to the districts identified for support? And I think it's really important to not lose that conversation between the connection between the two. Our members are feeling overwhelmed. We had last week our superintendent symposium, about 600 superintendents from across the state gathered for this convening. And just in informal discussions, there's a lot of new terminology, a lot of new requirements. Keeping in mind that these new processes, aligning the SIPSA and the LCAP, we're very supportive and we're encouraged by those efforts. This will be the first cycle that they'll have to go through this exercise of making that alignment. There's a funding application. So we basically at AXA are ready to support your efforts in making this accessible to the public, but also not forgetting about the school administrators that have to communicate this to their constituencies, both teachers and parents. So thank you for your efforts, and thank you for your thoughtful conversation.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you, Jenny, and your team for a comprehensive presentation. Thanks to everyone at the dais for your excellent questions. And I think what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard people requesting an extended presentation, possibly at our next meeting, on not only the ESSA comprehensive system, but also the state systems of support and what the intention is on the integration of these two things. Is that what I heard? Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. It turned out to be a long morning. So why don't we reconvene at 12:30? Take about 20 minutes. You can walk around, get some air and stretch, and we'll move on to item 2. We ready? All right. Ready for item 2.
I am the administrator of the Academic Accountability Unit, and this is item 2, the overview of proposed changes for the 2019 California School Dashboard. So I'm sure you're all familiar that we tried very hard to develop what we call our 3-year plan for the dashboard, and we've shared that with the State Board in many of the items many of the memos that we've provided and some of the items. And if you follow, you may notice that, there were changes made because it's really hard to predict what's going to happen from year to year. But we've done our very best to try to lay out a 3-year plan. Every March, we're required to go to the State Board of Education with proposed changes that we would like to make to the following year's dashboard. So in March, we will go with proposed changes for the 2019 dashboard. So my staff and I have been working on those, about the changes that we would like to bring forward. But we're bringing these changes to this group so we can get your feedback that we can incorporate into our board item for the board in regards to those changes. So we can get really a statewide perspective from all of you here about whether those changes are appropriate and if you think we should be moving forward with those. Now, that said, there might be something that we're not presenting here that you think that we should make a change for the 2019 dashboard. So we're open for that information as well. If there's something that you don't see here that you think is really important and that should be done for 2019, you should let us know. So we're really looking for some direction from all of you in regards to the 2019 dashboard. And because of that, we have specific discussion questions that we will be going through after we complete each section. And so we really want you to have those conversations and provide us feedback on our proposals. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to my staff person, Ryan Lamb, who is going to be walking you through this presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jenny. Once again, my name is Ryan Lamb, and I work in the Academic Accountability Unit in the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division here at the department. You know, as I was thinking about today's topic, I was just thinking about like the last time I was up here on a podium, and it was actually back in 2012 with PSAA. So some of you may remember that. You probably don't remember me from that time, but it's been a while, and I'm just impressed by how far we've come from, you know, the API days. So anyway, this is item 2, and here are today's topics. So we'd like to discuss proposed changes to the 2019 California School Dashboard, or the dashboard as we like to call it. I'd also like to discuss modified methods for DAS schools, or schools that receive a dashboard alternative school status. And we'd also like to discuss, lastly, the district of residence as that relates to students with disabilities and how they are included in the dashboard at the district level. So, since the department is requesting your feedback in item 2, we will alternate between presentation and discussion, as Jenny alluded to earlier. We'll probably break up into small groups of 3 to 4, spend about 5 minutes discussing the topics, and then reconvene and come back and report out. So proposed changes for the 2019 dashboard is our first topic, and here are those revisions under consideration. We are considering how to incorporate the California Alternate Assessment, the CAA, or the CalAlt, into the academic indicator. You may know that the CalAlts are currently reported on the dashboard as a percentage of those students meeting each level. So there are 3 levels in the CalAlt, and you might see in a dashboard there might be 20% in level 1, 20% in level 2, and 60% in level 3. However, the Fed's informed us that that is not appropriate moving forward, and so we need to figure out a way to fold the CalAlt results into the academic indicator. Also, we'd like to discuss incorporating the 5-year grad rate into the dashboard. Currently, the dashboard has a 4-year grad rate for traditional schools and a 1-year grad rate for DAS schools. For the CCI, 2 things. The application of the 3x5 for for small schools, and also incorporating transitional services for special education students. So for the 3x5, some of you may know that this is a method of condensing the 5x5 grid, the 5x5 color grid, removing those 2 columns for these small schools so that they cannot hit those last 2 columns. And for a lot of the indicators, the last 2 columns are declined significantly or increased significantly. So for small schools, schools that are less than 150 students, they will not be able to hit those last 2 columns, and that helps with the large swings in color from year to year. And lastly, this is the first year, the 2019 dashboard will be the first year where we can report a status for the English Learner Progress Indicator, as we will now have 2 years of the LPAC assessment data. So for the discussion questions, let me just bring back there. Do you have any feedback on the proposed changes to the 2019 dashboard? And I'll be happy to answer questions before you move into that.
I have a couple or 2. In the incorporation of the cause into the academic indicator, how I know you guys are great on doing data runs until you're blue in the face. So what happens in schools that have an inordinately large or an unusually small number of students taking the alternative assessment? Is that having a significant impact on their academic indicator?
So right now we're reporting schools who only test in CalAlt, and they receive a dashboard. They don't have a color, but they receive a dashboard. And their CalAlt data is included on the dashboard. However, we haven't developed a method by which to fold those CalAlt data in to the academic indicator. So
I guess maybe I'm confused. So when you're saying incorporation of the alternative assessments into the academic indicator, what are we saying?
So we are saying that we have a lot of work to do between now and 2019. We don't have a methodology yet. We are working very closely with staff in the assessment office because they have a much better grasp on how we could do this. And we'll be taking it to our technical design group for feedback to make sure that however we incorporate it, it is a valid and reliable measure. But as Ryan indicated, we must incorporate the CalAlt into the academic indicator in order to meet ESSA requirements.
Okay. So what I'm hearing then is that methodology is not determined yet. So what you're asking from us is whether or not this makes sense on some level. Correct?
Well, I will say that for this particular one, whether it makes sense or not, we are required to incorporate it into the academic indicator. But for the other ones, yes, we're asking you, is this something that you think would be appropriate changes for the 2019 dashboard?
Okay.
But this one is kind of off the table in that regards.
Okay.
Okay, can I just do a process clarification here? So what you've asked of us right now is if we have any clarifying questions for you about these 4 areas, and then we will break into discussion about these changes in the dashboard, given
Correct.
some guiding questions that you will get. So right now we're not having discussion, we're just clarifying.
Correct.
Okay.
On the CCI, I guess I was under the mistaken impression that we only did CCI for graduates. And then I was told at a meeting and then read in the technical guide that CCI is applied to all of the students in the cohort, whether they graduated or not. Is that dictated to us, or could that be changed to just be graduates who are then determined to be well prepared or not prepared? It feels like we're double dinging ourselves, because if they didn't graduate, they're probably not prepared.
That is true, and that's why they're counted as not prepared. So we did, you might recall that when we first did the CCI, we did not include students who took the CalAlt into the CCI, and we did that because we didn't have any measures at that time that would fairly evaluate whether those students were being prepared for success after high school. The U.S. Department of Education said that's not appropriate. We had to include those students. So to answer your question, based on the feedback that we got from the U.S. Department of Education, I would say no, we do not have the option of just including the graduates. We have to include all students that are in the cohort or in the graduation rate for the DAS schools.
All right. And then on the last one about the LP. So I heard earlier that there was a hearing in January between the feds and the state. Will we have a resolution? I mean, did they say when the resolution would be? In other words, do we know what this change will be if we don't know the outcome of that yet?
So I had the pleasure of being one of the team of 4 that went to Washington, D.C. to help plead our case. There, based on I think what Shani was talking about with the reorganization at the U.S. Department of Education, there is no time frame for them to get back to us, actually in statute. So we are hopeful that we'll hear soon. But I am not, it took us a while to get a response to begin with. So,
but this could go either way.
No, I think that we are committed to the English Learner Progress Indicator as we've submitted it. And if for some reason they decide, I would actually consider this to be a separate issue. Yes, because this is actually having, well, Jenny can explain the details of it, but this is actually, I would say, separate and apart from the waiver.
Right, it is separate from the waiver. The state board has asked that we at least produce a status for the English Learner Progress Indicator, which we can do with 2 years of data. We've determined that we want to use pretty much the same methodology that we did when we had the SELT data. So we're going to be using pretty much the same methodology. What is up for question is whether we're able to include those students that were reclassified into our calculation, and whether we're going to keep the long-term English learners in the progress of long-term English learners in there. So I can tell you what we've done in the past. This may not be what we do in the future. We have a new superintendent, and the new superintendent, may decide something differently. But in the past, if we have not heard from the U.S. Department of Education, we implemented what we submitted. Right? And so if we submitted that, that's how we're going to implement it unless they tell us no. And then we'll have to come back and come up with and revise our methodology. But the basic methodology of looking at growth from year to year is still going to be in place.
Procedural question, are these the only revisions that you all are considering? I know in the materials we had the link to the, I think it was like a timeline on how you're taking up refinements of various indicators. So are those still on the table and just wouldn't be ready for 2019? Or are these like well-formulated ideas and others are still in process?
So these are the things that that we think we can get done in time for the 2019 dashboard. We are open, if you think that we should be pursuing some other ones, to considering that, and that's part of the question to you. We have these that we're bringing forward, but are there other things that you think we really need to get into the 2019 dashboard? And that's what we're really asking of you here.
Other clarifying questions? Linda.
Thank you. So on the first bullet on the California Alternative Assessments, have there been or is there a model that you're considering that you can share with us, so that if you're asking for information for us, we have a sense of, well, what is already on the table?
I do not have a model yet. I do know our staff in the assessment division are putting together something for the TDG to consider at our next meeting. TDG may say, oh, that sounds great, or they may say, go back to the drawing board, but we do not have a model yet. And so part of this process is we will go to the TDG, they will give us their input. If they think the model is good, we'll start running simulations to see what the impact will be. If it turns out that the impact was not anticipated, we may make revisions. So these are all things that will take a few months, well, between now and probably July, for us to work on and to go back and forth with our technical design group, and to come back to you again once we have some of the things worked out.
Okay, thank you. The other one I had a question about is the one on the CCI, the 3x5. So the CCI now includes the academic indicator, or still does, or not? For the 11th grade test scores that have moved over to the academic indicator, they're still in the CCI, they're embedded in there?
That is correct.
So does that suggest that we ought to be doing, if we go 3x5 with CCI, we ought to do it also for the academic indicators so that we're consistent?
I would say no. And this is why.
Tell me why, yeah.
So we did it for the grad rate, and because the CCI is based on the grad rate, we think it's appropriate to move forward. You may not think so. You may say, no, this may not be something we want to move forward with.
Learning.
So we think because the CCI is based on the grad rate, and we apply the CCI, the 3x5 to the grad rate, maybe we should apply it to the CCI. The ELA and math, remember that we have 5x5 grids that are very different for ELA and math than they are for the other indicators. And you might recall the reason why we changed that is because of the difference in the scale scores that went from year to year. So that for the 5x5 indicator, for the academic indicator, you only have 2 colors in each row. And that is what we think kind of operates as, does the same thing as a 3x5 does for the other indicators.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the next bullet, the incorporating transitional services into the CCI. I presume that's for special ed students?
That is for special ed students, and we actually have someone here from the special education division if you have some specific questions for her on this.
Sure, and actually the first question is the whole breadth of special ed students or a subset of them?
Good afternoon. I'm Shyla Besrail. I'm the data administrator for special education in California. So I'm sorry, can you repeat your question? I wasn't up yet, so.
Yeah,
I was
that's okay.
reading.
What I was wondering is the thought around it, is it transitional services for students in life skills programs? Is it transitional services for all special ed students? Who is it for?
So
Yeah,
right
and
now,
typically they're
we're sort of looking at what it is and how much time, because right now students are prescribed services within their IEP around transition. And so the thing we'll be doing this year is collecting the actual number of minutes students received from those services, because a prescription of services is not a delivery of service. And so we'll be collecting the amount of services that a student receives and seeing if that is a viable, if students are receiving on average 5 minutes a year or 10 minutes or an hour, that is probably not making them college and career ready. But what we can look at is the breadth of the services and how much students are receiving, and we can look more, I think, deeper into what that looks like to bring that in. We do have an intention to use transition services that students with disabilities receive as part of this indicator. I just don't know what it's going to look like yet.
So just in concept, the idea is that we're broadening the indicator so that students who maybe are not at the point where they're participating in AP classes or scoring a certain level on the SBAC still are getting some preparation for career through their IEP, through their transition services that are part of that?
Yes, that is the intention, to look at that.
Thank you. And so that it would apply to any student who has an IEP that has identified a certain amount of transition services at this point?
So it would, any student who has an IEP, who has transition services in their IEP prescribed, we will be looking at those services and to see how many they receive to determine what the cutoff points are going to be, what those services might be. And then we will determine what that looks like. It's just at this point, we just have no idea what the actual data looks like. We can tell you the number of services prescribed, but we can't tell you very often, just based on the data we collect right now, how often it's received and how much over a year.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So you're collecting this data from SACE?
Well, we're collecting it from the electronic IEP providers. So the electronic, SACE is not the only one, unfortunately. There's a multitude of different IEP providers throughout the state. So SACE covers about 90% of districts and about 75% of students. But we will be collecting that data through our CaseMIS software, and then when CaseMIS is moved to CalPADS, it will be collected that way. So it will be collected for all students with disabilities.
Question too, because I know you mentioned DAS schools in the CCI. So if DAS schools are providing the California Alternative Assessment, does that still count? I'm going back to.
Yes, we would be incorporating that into their ELA and their math indicator.
Any other clarifying questions?
So sorry, I know that this group looked at the different ways that the 5-year graduation rate could be incorporated somewhere in the last year. Yeah. Did the state pick one of them?
No, we did not. When we took it to our technical design group, they are very smart people. And they noticed that there was a couple of scenarios that were not appropriate. And so because of the identification of some of the flaws in the methodology, we said that we're just going to have to kind of wait and start over. So I guess one of the questions that we would, that I would like you to think about for the 5-year rate is it something that should be incorporated into for a color, for its own separate indicator, for information only? I mean, we're getting a lot of feedback from the field asking us, not to stop changing the dashboard. And I don't know how this group feels, but, those are the kinds of things that we're looking for when we're talking about feedback.
So on that topic, I presume other states that are using the 5-year indicator have found a way to put it into their accountability systems. Is there something that we can learn from what some other states have found out?
Oh, yeah, well, that's where we
Resolve issues.
started.
Yeah.
But our TDG found some flaws with those methodologies. And so we decided that we needed to take a pause and not to, I'm always looking at, we want to make sure that we put it in the dashboard, we've done our due diligence. If we find something that's not quite working, we're going to pause and we're going to take it up to the next year instead of rushing forward with it. And that's what our TDG recommended, and that's what we decided to do, and the board agreed.
So having it on the list here, is this a list for what you want to present in March, or is this for the following March? Or
So this is the list that we want to present this March to the State Board of Education, saying these are the things we want to pursue to incorporate into the 2019 dashboard. They may come up and say, you know what, based on the feedback that we got from various groups, we don't want to pursue the 5-year grad rate, or we don't want to pursue the 3x5 for the CCI, or I'm sure that, well, they're not going to take off the LP. So there are some, the board may say, no, we don't want to do that, and that's why we're asking for your feedback and asking it from a number of stakeholder groups.
And so one of the things I would suggest, really for the benefit, I think, of the credibility of the, in the field of our accountability system, is to work on some of the kind of technical glitches that we talked about earlier in the morning. Kids being attributed to a school who aren't at the school. Some, kids, we talked about that with, I think we talked about the foster kids. It's probably true with homeless kids too. Other situations that I think whoever designs things, nobody can think of everything in advance and anticipate every kind of situation. We talked a continuation high school where the kids get their credits and return to their home school to graduate, and the continuation high school then has a lower graduation rate, when in fact they're the ones that got the student caught up. So if people could think about some of the resolutions to the things that people out in the field, when they get their results, they say, well, this can't be right. It's not right. Here's why. That undermines the credibility of the system. So I think whenever we can take care of those technical glitches, or some of the decision rules that have been made, that is helpful for the perception and the utility of the results.
Sounds like a great segue to discussion. So
here's the discussion question.
Oh, okay. Do you have any feedback on the proposed revisions that are being considered for the 2019 dashboard?
And if you can just, get in groups, I think maybe groups of 3 might be helpful, since we have a lot of new members, and have a conversation for, 3 to 5 minutes, and we'll come back and listen to your feedback before we go on to the next topic.
Well, we can drill you. She's like, no. So I have to say, I heard a
Okay, thanks everybody. Do we still need more time? Okay, let's come back now. Thank you. Is there a group who would like to go first? If not, we'll just go clockwise around the dais. Perfect.
I got volunteered as speaker of the group here, so I'll start with it. I think I'm not 100%, 1,000% sure I'm saying what you're wanting to hear in terms of feedback, but let me tell you where we were. We like the idea of the incorporation of the alternative assessments. We're nervous about what that is going to be in terms of, it's going to hinge on the methodology as to how comfortable but conceptually, yes. We vote yes. How's that? The incorporation of the 5-year grad rate also, we recognize the challenges that has posed and the problems that has posed getting it in place, but are hopeful that those problems can be resolved. Am I saying this fairly? For you? Okay. like the idea of the application of 3x5 grid for the college and career indicator. We also are very much supporting of the idea of the incorporating the transitional services into the CCI, and had some questions about whether or not we know that was designed for students on IEPs, but we were also wondering if that might potentially also be applied to foster youth and some of the services that they get. And the inclusion of status of the LPB, yes, let's do it. Is that the kind of feedback you want? Okay.
We mainly talked about the grad rates and the transitional services into the CCI because it seems like the others are a little bit of a given. The 5-year grad rate, I think so much hinges on how it's incorporated. I'm just kind of hopeful that when it gets posted, this year, people can look at it and that would give us more of an idea, without actually seeing different districts 4-year versus their 5-year. I think that would actually inform us a lot about, is just having it as an extra notation enough? Do we really need to incorporate it? But without seeing those numbers, it's sometimes hard. It's very abstract. I don't know if someone's gonna go from 80 to 95 or from, 88 to 90, that difference, I think, depends, kind of informs it. And then the transitional services, that one is hard. And one of the things I noticed is it sounded like we were going to talk about the transitional services being provided to the student, whereas most of the CCI other outcomes are student achievement, student outcomes, not services provided to the student. So I know this is difficult in terms of what we're choosing for this certain population, but I do think that's a differentiation that might be too big to overcome.
Can jump in. I think we were just noting that some of these proposals feel more technical in nature, and some are more, higher philosophical and higher stakes in nature. So it would be helpful to just differentiate those. The 3x5 grid for the CCI for small schools. Yeah, that seems to fall in the technical category. We had some of the same questions about the incorporation of transitional services into the CCI. And just kind of broader questions, and I alluded to this earlier, looking at the timeline and the conversations we've had in the past at CPAG, that it would be important to return to that timeline, and if things like a growth model and additional inclusion of additional indicators into the CCI aren't on the table for this year, to better understand when we'll return to that conversation and more deeply explore it. And likewise, the inclusion of the 5th-year graduation rate. I hope we can continue that conversation for this year and figure out what's the best way of using that data. And I'd like to actually understand what the TDGs, what that conversation was. I don't know if there's a easy way for you to explain it, Jesse, or anything to add, guys?
Okay, some of our feedback was that looking at the graduation rate, maybe think about it kind of as was indicated as a separate indicator or a separate piece of information right now, not folded in, but still available for people to look at. Appreciating the 3x5 approach for the CCI, and also appreciating the transitional services for the students in special education, because one of the challenges we feel is that because these students often need a lot of academic help to get them at the level where they can be particularly accessing foundational skills that they're going to need for any college or career, they often don't have access to as much CTE time as other kids do. And so looking at transitional services as a way to see that they're getting some support for that without taking away from what they may need for the foundational academics. We also think that it's important that we, and I concur with the idea, the growth model was supposed to have been rediscussed as of last year, and I think it is important that we, as a state, continue to show that commitment to refining what we do for measuring individual growth. And then also some of the fixes that we talked about, or issues that we've worked on, technical issues, the foster students, the homeless students, how we count them, and whose schools they're attributed to is important for us to move forward where we can. When we find little glitches, let's address them so that we can keep people having confidence in our system.
So I'll just start. Inclusion of the status for LP, definite yes. If that's you need a simple answer on that. We think that that's important. So I guess I just wanted to go back to the incorporation of transitional services into CCI and something that Kim said, because this is something that I think is really important to recognize. This is talking about services being provided. It's not talking about a real outcome, right? A student outcome. And whenever you're talking about services that are being provided, then that opens up to kind of distorted behavior to chase a good rating and to just provide transitional services. And I guess I'm wondering, I don't know a lot about transitional services, not as much as all of you do, but if there are different, the class of students with IEPs is just varies the gamut, right? So you have very, very high need, lower functioning special education students with much higher needs, and then you have those with much more moderate or lower needs. And it would seem that if transitional services are really to try to transition them to some sort of career afterwards, I'm not sure if transitional services include college, transitioning them to college as well. But I guess just measuring the level of service that's being provided or uptaken could be more of a measure of severity of need of the student, as opposed to how well students are performing or are prepared for college, if that or career, if that makes any sense. So it could be more of a proxy for their need as opposed to how well they're doing, and that just kind of worries me a little bit. So I guess I admit I don't know a lot about transitional services. If I knew more about it and how those services are intended for different types of students with IEPs, say perhaps along the spectrum of the 13 federal classifications of students with special education, which even within each of those classifications you could have moderate to severe, but generally some of those classifications are more often severe disability. It would just help me kind of think about it. So I'm kind of wondering about transitional services, because it just seems I'd need more information on that before I'd be on board, if that makes any sense. So I'm still unclear on how that one would roll out. Maybe you can.
So per the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, every student is required to have a post-secondary transition plan. And so what that means, it could be a lot of things. And in fact, most students with disabilities are not severely cognitively disabled, meaning that they don't have a disability that would prevent them from accessing general education curriculum without supports. And so the purpose of special education is to provide supports so students can access the curriculum. Now, what transition means, it could mean a variety of things, and I think that's one of the reasons we wanted to study it a little bit more before committing to what it would look like inside of the CCI. But one of the things that we heard from our special education advocates and teachers and administrators was, we are helping kids get ready for whatever is next, and it just isn't counted the right way. And so we have to figure out a way that it makes it count, but also I think recognizing the spirit of what the CCI is meant to measure. So I think that's where we're at right now, trying to figure out, does what we are able to collect do that?
Let me just respond very quickly. If I think I had heard during your presentation, if we're just talking about minutes of services provided, of transitional service provided. Well, that's going to be driven by the average level of need of your special, what's written into the IEPs, basically, right? Right, and so that would be more based on need rather on than so if this CCI, if this particular CCI measure would be level of support provided to this population of students, that's one thing. If it's talking about how ready they are, that's something a little different, right? And those might be, I mean, we're hoping that those two things will be correlated, right? In other words, that whatever services we're providing are effective, but it's not, they're two different things. One's sort of more of an input, the other one's an outcome, if that makes any sense.
We had quite a bit of conversation on this item also, and brought some of those same ideas to light. And what we were hearing is that there are a number of minutes that are planned for students in their transitional services. So we talked about maybe a met, not met indicator. Since you're able to track the number of minutes that the students are supposed to have in their transitional plan, and you're able to look at what was actually provided to the students, then to have some sort of threshold where, you know, this school, this LEA met the number, you know, 80% or 85% of the transitional minutes that they were supposed to, just as an entry point to get this kind of data onto the dashboard.
I didn't bring with me, because actually I was more prepared to talk about the district residence issue, which I'm sure you're gonna have lots of questions about. We can bring this back for you for a future discussion, is the services and what they are. So we do have, so services aren't just like, you know, we are preparing this, you know, you get a college plan or something like that. Some of the services are described as employment transition, and through WIOA and some of those things, and how the Department of Rehab and how they're providing it. So we're going to be not just looking at minutes of service, but we're going to be looking at the provider of that services and the type of service. So that service could mean that they're out in the community actually doing work, employment, and those kinds of things through a Department of Rehab or through a WIOA program. And so we are going to be correlating that piece of it. It's just I don't have enough right now to tell you what that's going to look like.
Well, to simplify it into, I guess I was simplifying it into minutes, but what I'm hearing is that you are tracking what is in the plan for each student, and you're tracking what is actually provided, right? Or not.
So we don't have yet what is provided. We have, so what is typically in an electronic IEP system, most districts will use a system called SACE, is what is agreed upon at the individual education program meeting, which includes parents and administrators and teachers. And so they agree, my student needs these kinds of supports, and these are the types of services that they're going to provide in order to receive those supports. Now, what we don't have right now and what we're intending to collect is what will those supports end up looking like? So how many minutes, how often they received those supports, and did they actually receive the totality of them throughout a school year? So we don't actually have that piece of it yet, but that's what we're intending to collect this year.
Well, my comment is adding something to the wish list as opposed to continuing the conversation. But part of, I didn't discuss with my group, but definitely when it comes to local indicators, that's another thing that I would like to revise, and a lot of my colleagues that are monitoring those, because the standard itself, met, not met, you know, a lot of us advocates don't necessarily like it because we don't think it captures the growth. Is more compliance driven. And so revisiting if it, you know, whether that standard makes sense for the various indicators.
So I was just going to try and clarify. So if a transition service is to do like an internship or be out in a community area or doing some kind of job, or to do some kind of work preparation that you can, I don't know if they're given a grade for it, but there can be, you know, completed satisfactorily. So that's the same thing, isn't it, as taking a CTE course and getting a grade in it. So I can see if it's, I think we were confusing in just saying the services is something that means I sat down and talked to you, not you actually then did perform something. So that, I think if those kinds of things are there, that sounds good. And I wanted to piggyback on the growth, and I just happened to read somewhere an article this week, and it said of all the states in the nation, I'm not saying it's truthful, but what it said was California and another state are the only two that aren't using a growth model in their state plans. And I can't remember where this article was. So in other words, they're talking poorly about us.
It's from the data quality campaign.
Oh, so it's not a news article. It's a
report. It's a report.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So at least from some point of view, we're a little behind the other states. And it may be that they are using flawed models, much like they are with the 5-year graduation rate. But I would just say, yeah, I know people want it. I'm not saying it's easy to do.
Sure. So I know it's not on our agenda slides, not on the slides for this item. It is something that the board did direct us to take a step back from and convene a stakeholder group. And so there will be a memo, yet another memo coming to the board this month on our work in convening that stakeholder group. The group did meet on Monday. We had a very robust discussion. I think it was about 5 hours worth of conversation. And so we'll be able to share out on that again through that memo to the board. So there is continued work on this. Why you don't see it is because I don't know that we're actually going to be able to do something for 2019, but it is something that we are still having conversations about. Somebody reminded us on Monday that we've been working on this for 20 years. So when you put it in perspective, this is something that the state takes very seriously, and it needs to work for California. I've also heard other states, when I go to national conferences, that they're walking away from their growth models. They are actually looking at amending their ESSA plans. So this is not, I think I appreciate when we have a national report out that says that we're one of one or two or three or four, but there's also some context for how well are those working in those states too. And so we are continuing to work on it. It's not ready for discussion because of this other track that we were asked to take with the state board. That's a very unique topic, I would say, of all the things on the dashboard. You're welcome.
So I heard you just say it's not open for discussion, so I'm asking a question about that right now. I guess my question is for clarification. When we're looking at a growth model, just so I can be prepared for future meetings, are we looking at it student by student, or are we looking at it year by year?
So that's all why we are still having this conversation, and I know that we have brought this topic before this group. It is a very complicated topic, and I think what we found on Monday was that the growth model means different things to different people. And if you want to use it for accountability, it may mean something. If you want to use it to inform a parent about where they should send their student, it means another thing. And so what I didn't mean to say that this is not for discussion in general. It's just we have some work to do on it, and it could take an entire CPAG meeting, I'm sure. So, and I know that we have other things we would love to talk to you about and get your input on that we're ready to talk about. It's just not ready for prime time. That's how I would put it.
Are there any further discussions or anything anyone else wants to share about this discussion question before we move on?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I know that you said that a revision being considered is the status for the LP. It looks like there already is status because it shows the scores. So are we talking status and change? For the temperature, the gauge, is that what we're talking about?
Right. So what's displayed now on the dashboard for the LP are percentage of how students have met those English language levels. So moving forward, what we're discussing now is actually creating a status, not the gauge, because the gauge requires status and change, but just the status. So like the percent of students who have moved forward, or depending on whatever methodology we use, that status.
So there won't be a gauge for English learners?
No, not until probably 2020, the dashboard 2020, when we have enough years of data to produce a status and a change.
Okay, thank you.
So can I just clarify? So if we have the status indicator, I heard you say it's the percentage of students who move forward, or would it just be the percentage of kids in different levels analogous to, say, ELA levels or math? Because it sounds to me like moving forward means change.
So you recall that with the CELT, when we did status, we were actually looking if students moved up from one level to the next. And that became the status. Did the student move up from level 1 to level 2, or from level 2 to level 3? And we did have, we did have one section where we divided level 3 into two sections. So status really, the LP indicator is the only indicator that is like this. Status is really looking at, was there growth for the students in English language acquisition?
And so then the change would be increase in growth over time?
Correct.
Okay.
So you have the change for the students, and then you want to know if there's increase over time for the population. We don't know exactly how we're going to determine change, because there's only, I think, four levels on the LPAC, whereas we had, was it 4 or 5? 5 on the CELT. So we may be using scale scores, we may be using levels, we don't know. We have a work group that's going to help us work that out. But the basic methodology of using 2 years of data to establish status is going to stay intact, and you need 3 years of data to have the change.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move.
Okay, thank you. So our next discussion item is modified method for DAS schools, right? So, and these are those modified methods. So currently we have modified methods for the graduation rate indicator and the college and career indicator. For the grad rate indicator, we have a DAS graduation rate. And for the college and career indicator, we are collecting new career measures in CalPads to be considered for potential use in the 2019 dashboard. So our question to you would be, are there any other indicators where a modified method would be appropriate, or should it be explored? Suspension, chronic absenteeism, academic, or the English Learner Progress Indicator. And you can see on the slide for chronic absenteeism, there's an example, there's a note there that says, well, maybe perhaps we should exclude students who are medically fragile from the chronic absenteeism calculation. So thinking about that, or what other modified methods should we explore for DAS schools for the dashboard? Questions?
So we ready to wrap up and reconvene?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I got pulled aside. But let's go again around the table. We'll go clockwise again and report out.
Okay, I got elected speaker again. I don't know, these people are brave. This is kind of where I live, is in alternative schools. So couple of, as we were discussing it, first of all, I'm going to give you a first blanket statement, yes. Can explore these. But let me get some more specific about what we mean. The suspension and chronic absenteeism numbers both are very problematic for alternative schools in that the numbers frequently don't mean anything because of the nature of the student population. They're fluctuating in and out. Several of the alternative schools that I work with and know about don't ever suspend kids because of the nature of their program. Court schools don't suspend. So the suspension number is a nonsense number as it sits. It just doesn't even mean anything. It doesn't measure anything meaningful. Chronic absenteeism is very much the same sort of a category. It's, I know we've played around with have to be absent for how many days under what period of time, but again, it becomes almost a nonsense number when you have students that are with you for a week, and then they're gone for 2 weeks, and then they're back for a week, and then they get arrested, and then they go to another district, and then they're back for a week. You know, who were they absent from? So I like the idea of measuring both of those, but I think they need a different, a different conversation about how we're measuring them and what they mean. Also on the suspension rate, one of the things we talked about right at the very, very end is that I don't want to disincentivize schools from suspending kids who are not safe to be in school. And that's what a lot of these alternative kids schools deal with. So the kid who brings the gun, the kid who brings the knife, the kid who just got done beating up somebody, I want them suspended, and I don't want to disincentivize the schools from doing that. So that's part of that. The academic one, yes, I think we need to look at it. It doesn't seem, and I think in our discussion we kind of came to the conclusion it's not nearly as critical mass as the others. And then the English learner progress, we also talked about, again, with the transiency nature of these students, you're getting schools who are being rated poorly because they haven't had the kids long enough to impact it. So if you have a student, the difference, and Jorge, I don't know if you want to speak in, but the difference between a student who's in an English learner program, great English learner program at the comprehensive high school, and they've been there for 4 years, and the student who spends 3 months in an alternative school, the impact those English language programs are going to have on those two kids is night and day different. So we're thinking, yes, let's examine that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Diane. So the thought is that whether we could maybe take into consideration something around continuous enrollment of English learners, perhaps at the same LEA for whatever number of years, whether it's 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but take into consideration when a student has been continuously enrolled in the same LEA versus English learners that, especially within that 5-6 year span, are moving from one LEA to another. How do we take that into consideration in some of our calculations? And then maybe sound like a broken record, but around the suspensions and chronic absenteeism, I mean, as we continue to harness the power of data, particularly around the academic indicators, how do we try to create some stronger linkages between the indicators? So where we're seeing a reduction in chronic absenteeism or a reduction in suspension, is that then translating into an increase in academic achievement, particularly for those groups of students that are now coming back to school or are no longer displaying negative behaviors? So those are the comments.
So in our group, we ended up having more questions than, I guess the answer to the question is yes, you should explore them for DAS schools. But this is my second term now, Kimberly's second term. We have a new member. We just had a lot of questions. And I think typically when we receive presentations, we're presented with options. Is option 1 better or option 2 better? And so having this open, well, I mean, it's a yes or no. Right? Should we explore other things? We think it's a yes, but we just ended up with so many more questions. I just wasn't used to receiving the information in this type of format. Like, should we consider, and what are some things to consider? So I think that the answer is yes, but we need maybe a little bit more background information. I mean, we did have to call you over to clarify some things, but I think that the entire group would have benefited from that.
So our group was in a very similar place. So rather than reiterating your points that you articulated well, I'd just say we're in agreement. I think there was one piece that I did highlight. I know that I've been in various discussions around the issue of chronic absenteeism with medically fragile students, and that has been a very significant topic, which then led to another question in just understanding how medically fragile students are identified and defined.
I just want to echo this whole corner here because, like Diane said, our school does not suspend students. We keep them and we work with them. Restorative justice practices, maybe that could be something that is put in there. I mean, we don't show up on the board for suspension. We don't suspend. It's something that we just don't do. Medically fragile, there's lots of different ways those students could be fragile. I recently had a student that left for a few weeks because of anxiety and other things. So medically fragile, what does that really mean? So yes, for DAS schools, there needs to be a modified method probably for everything on that board, everything.
And some of the other things we talked about and thinking about, for example, the chronic absenteeism, there's a difference between a student like you just described, a student who's anxious and maybe needs hospitalization for a while, or a student has a psychiatric issue or a health issue that they need to be hospitalized, or at least not able to come to school, which is basically maybe a once or twice a year kind of occurrence that totals the number of days that we're talking about, versus the kid who's absent a day here and then 2 weeks later a day there, and has this pattern of not being in school. And maybe one thing to think about in chronic absenteeism, one way to exclude might be when there's a defined period of time for some identified student need that's legitimate. The way we used to do attendance a long time ago, it's an excused absence because it was a medical situation, versus the student who's just in the habit of not showing up to school on a regular basis. That student who doesn't show up, every other week, I think is at more risk academically than the student who has that, a particular, kind of one-off long-term kind of absence. And I could be wrong, but I think we should at least look at that, explore it, see if that helps us distinguish what we really mean by chronic absenteeism's impact on student learning. So just a thought. The other thing we talked about is the challenge that people face in understanding how our academic indicators work or what their limitations are for students with unique situations. And the two groups that I think of all the time are the special ed students and English learners. And so can we make some modifications in the academic things? For example, we want very high outcomes. We want all kids to meet the standard. But the trajectory, the growth rate that's expected for say special ed kids who are more severely impacted or less severely impacted is different. The end game is, or the end goal is the same, but the rate at which you get there and the rate at which it is likely to happen is going to vary for realistic reasons. Same thing for English learners. The end game is you want all students to be at that standard met, but it's not going to happen in 1 year. And so maybe time and program, length of Jorge was talking about the years in the LEA, but it's really the years of receiving support and being in the program, so that we're setting targets based on here's what should be expected if, for your first year in the program, or your second if you've been in the program for 6 years. And I think something like that could say, preserve our dedication to the high standards for all kids, but also give districts tools that they can actually use with special ed students to say, are the kids at this level of service, are they moving at the level that we need to? Right now what we get is a generic profile of special ed writ large or EL writ large. And the EL, we're not distinguishing, well, what about the kid who's been here 2 years versus the one who's been here 6 years versus the one who, and are we able to easily hold ourselves, it's accountable, but is it actionable for us? And if the accountability system gives us data that kind of confounds the results with the student population and how that student population got labeled as that subgroup, it's difficult for districts, for schools, for educators to untangle that. But if we instead created an accountability system that recognized kids are coming in at different places, we want them to all get here, but the trajectory for this group of students needs to be adjusted one way or the other. And then schools and districts can look at themselves and say, gee, for my special ed students who are at this level, are they making the expected progress? For my EL kids at this number of years, are they making the expected progress? And for EL, I wouldn't do it based on the level. In particular, I'd really look at years in program, because you want to hold yourself accountable for making progress across years. But for special ed, it is really the level of services that the kids require.
So that sounded like a general comment and not maybe DAS specific. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So why don't we finish up our conversation on the DAS schools? We have one more group, and then we'll actually move on to the next topic.
Thank you. So our answer is yes. Please do continue further discussion about these things. We also agreed that the more we talked, the more that we realized we didn't know or have the answers to, or we had questions about. So we would like to see all of these things continue in discussion. One other thing to note about DAS schools specifically is that at many of the schools, because they do support students who may have unique challenges, that's why they're there, that if you look at some of their gauges, they're not doing too badly with suspension, because sometimes there's more supports in place, or they're more tolerant about some of those things. However, when you look at chronic absenteeism, there's a reason that they're credit deficient to begin with. And that can also be linked back to everything that's happened beforehand. So if we can figure out this growth model, that might be something to look at in terms of amount of attendance prior to coming per month or per week or what have you, and comparing that then to their amount of attendance that's currently in place. Because if the school gets them there 50% more than they were going and they're earning credits, they may still be considered as chronically absent, but there has been a significant improvement in engagement with school.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move to the next topic.
Okay. So our next topic is district of residence with respect to special ed students and how they're rolled up into the dashboard. So currently, there's a district of residence rule that only applies to the academic indicator. So just one indicator, just academic. And the rule is that special education students at non-public schools are sent back or included in the district of residence, or included in their district of residence dashboards. So that means that this special education student is excluded from your dashboard if they have a district of residence that is not of your own. And this only applies to non-public schools. It doesn't apply to students in public schools. So it's a little confusing, I know. So the way that I like to think about this is two things, maybe three. Three. Are you a special ed student? Do you attend a public or private school? And do you have a district of residence that is different from, does the student have a district of residence that is different from your own? So if the student is in a special ed student is in a private school and has a district of residence that is different from your own, most likely the student will be sent back to that district. So you will not be held accountable for that student for the academic indicator only currently. If the special ed student is in a public school and has a district of residence, even if the district of residence is different from your own, the fact that the student is in a public school, this rule is not applied yet. So the student, you keep the student. The student does not get sent back. And so what we are proposing is applying this rule to all students with disabilities, regardless of if they are in a private school or a public school, and possibly expanding this to all state indicators, not just the academic indicator. So the biggest impact on this would be at COEs, where they serve mostly special education students. And so if we did send back all special education students at a COE, the COEs would not be held accountable for a majority of their special education population. I think before we move into discussion.
Well, we just want to make sure that you all had any questions. This kind of, just to give a little bit of background, this kind of came out of a lot of questions we were having about county office programs who were being either, they were at a county office, or that they had, the programs were at districts, schools. So they were on a school site, but it was a county office program. So what was happening is, because the district of service, which is the reporting district under CalPADS, was the county office, all the students who were attending those county programs were being rolled back to that county office of education. And so what would happen is, the best example I've had is one county office, no one represented here, they had this school that had 400 kids in it, and they were being included as part of the dashboard, and everyone was like, they have a school, this school that's completely separate with foreign kids. They were like, no, that's how we use that's how we sort of report the kids under CalPADS, but they're actually out at all kinds of different school sites in different programs. And so when we look at that for the purposes of special education monitoring, we don't do it that way. When we select districts for monitoring to ensure they're implementing IDEA correctly, what we do is we look at the district of residence, because under IDEA, the district of residence is the responsible district. And so this is a sort of a chance for us to create that alignment to ensure it's sort of aligning with the law. And so the proposal here is that at the LEA level, the district of residence, as it is by IDEA, as it is by the IEP, would be responsible for the indicators for those children. And the one question we're kind of still struggling with, and we're happy to kind of work through with you all, and if you guys have suggestions or if you have a brilliant idea, we'd love to hear it, is what happens at the school level. Because some of the things that we've heard is, well, I'm a principal at a school, and I allow this county office program to be housed here. And so those students don't do as well, or they don't graduate, and they're affecting my rates, and now I don't want to have that program here anymore. And so, or they're not my kids. And so we're sort of struggling with what would that look like rolling them back to their district of residence. So I would love to be able to answer questions. I think we'll probably do this more as instead of having small groups, because it is, I think, a little more of a processy thing to kind of work through the discussion in an open format. But let's start with questions that folks have.
Well,
yes.
I've got a very beginner question here.
Sure.
How is district of residence defined?
So it's the district of where the parent lives, or where the person who has educational rights lives. That's typically defined as the district of residence.
So then how about schools of choice?
So
now, see, I'm back to my hat again. If I enroll my child who's got special needs and he's in an independent study program at a, could be outside my district, because my district has arrangements that way, I might choose to do that. I might choose, I don't like this district and I live here, so I'm going to take my kid to this other district. And if I'm a charter, I don't have any of those guidelines. So how would that happen?
When a parent decides this is not the district for me anymore, or I'd like my child to attend another school, if they enter into an interdistrict transfer, that receiving districts becomes the district of residence for that child. And that's not geographic, yeah. So when they accept an interdistrict transfer, that's how it works. For a charter school, one of the things that sort of this new world of LCFF and the dashboard accountability, so for every charter school, they're treated as an LEA. The students that attend that charter school are not included in the LEA's dashboard, and so that would be the same. So they would be rolled up, and the accountability would be with the charter school.
So this really is only going to impact the private school world. I understand, because the private schools historically are using the services of the district of residence frequently also. That's another reality going on. But so this really would only impact primarily your county offices of education and a few districts that are doing something like what you were describing.
So where it's going to probably impact most is where districts are using economy of scale or programs through the county office of education. And so we've seen this in non-public schools, sort of understanding the responsibility. So many districts, very well, they say, we are sending our child to a county office program and we are responsible for them and we're engaged with them. Some LEAs don't. They say, well, that's a county office child. And so sort of realigning our understanding expectations around that is, I think, what is one effect. The other effect will be mainly in county office. So we will see changes if we implement this change next year in the dashboard for county offices of education, because the majority of those students are typically served in a different district. They're served by the county office, but they have a different district of residence.
Okay, one more and then I'll shut up.
Sure, no problem.
So if this, and I'm thinking of some severely impacted now students that will go to the district of residence never sees them.
Yeah.
they are totally going someplace else because the services provided are only provided in these little handful, little pockets around the state. How can, I'm trying to figure out how the district of residence can in any way, shape, or form be responsible for what happened educationally with those students.
So they are, under IDEA, the district that's responsible for child find and the implementation of the IEP. So what typically will happen is this, and so I think you're probably thinking of students who attend non-public schools, for students with, yeah, like a severe autism or who have a significant cognitive disability. The district of residence is still involved, and they are still required by law to be involved. And in fact, the funding dollars go to that district for that child. What happens is that sometimes the SELPA will work with the district of residence to create the MOUs or the master agreements with that NPS to serve that child. And so it may not feel like the district has a day-to-day interaction with them, but their SELPA should, and should be working with the district. And we're sort of building additional capacity for SELPA around this issue.
Just for clarification,
Sure.
when you were speaking to a district like hosting a class, for example, and it's a regional program, and you're referencing the district of residence, there may be multiple students housed on a district site, but all of those students may be tied to other districts of residence, correct? I just wanted you to expand that,
That is correct.
on that,
So-
rather than assuming that the district that's hosting the site would be accountable for all of those students.
Yeah, so that's correct. So what typically happens, and this happens in more rural areas, you may have a centralized district site or school site in which students from all over the county may attend that program, or there's a specific kind of program that's housed just at that site that the county administers. And so the County Office of Education is the service provider, they're the district of service, but students from all around the county may attend the program there. And so under this rule, at the LEA level, those students would all go back for accountability purposes to their individual districts of residence. Where it gets a little bit more complicated, and this is probably where I was the least clear in my explanation, is at the school level of accountability. So right now, the pushback we hear from district or school site principals is, well, I have this program on my school site, and now I'm getting dinged for these students that we're just sort of a place where they come. And so we are sort of working with stakeholders, and we'd love to hear from you all on what it would look like at the school level accountability for these kinds of programs, because I think there's valid questions on both sides. Did that answer your question, Dr. Mansala? Lots of questions.
Nancy, we haven't heard from you, so.
And that's my concern, that schools are feeling that they have these students there that don't really belong. And I'm just concerned about the students having the sense that there is no placement for them, and that some schools are just housing these students and they really don't have any sense that they're their students. So what's going to happen to the kids eventually? And that's a real big concern for me. I think that if this rule is going to apply, I think that it should apply to all students, but I'm not really feeling this rule. And it's for the concern of the student view.
Yeah, so that's our response typically when we have school site principals or individuals say, well, these are county kids, this is a county program. It's like, well, they come to school there, they're interacting with your students, we would hope. They're interacting with your staff, and so they're every bit a part of if my child goes to his regular school, they're everybody part of the school. And so I think that's sort of where we are at the balancing act, for which we don't have a great answer right now, that we're exploring options, is at the school site. We feel pretty confident about the district level accountability for this, but it's the school level accountability where I think we're continuing to struggle. Yes, or I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to call, naughty me.
Linda.
A lot of the concerns that you've heard, I share too. I've had the chance in my career to work in 3 different counties, and in one county, the district that I was working in had all of their more severely disabled kids in county programs. And we never heard how they were doing. We never saw how they were doing. The district had no control over the program, had nothing to say. In another one, in another district in a different county, the situation where there were individual county classes at different school sites centered all throughout the district and other districts that fed into that county. And the kids were a part of the school and were included in activities, but the school had no authority, no responsibility over the program, no ability to intervene in the program. And the school was very frustrated because they could see that there were needs that weren't being met, but they had no avenue to do that. That was strictly coming from the county providers themselves. The teachers weren't even allowed to participate in staff development. There were always schedule conflicts that prevented that, as well as just this view. This is the county's program. And it wasn't that the school people and the district didn't want to do something different. It was, we can be inclusive with our kids. We can get them to, we can do mainstreaming with them, but we can't change. We can't impact the basic program that's there. And so then to have the school or even the district responsible for that seems to miss the point that it's not, and the law, I understand that, but the issue isn't where the student resides, it's who's responsible for providing the program, who makes those decisions about what the program looks like. And if it's the district or if it's the school, then that's where the responsibility and accountability should go. If it's not, it should go to whoever is making those decisions. And the other piece of it that I've seen is in a couple places, in 2 counties, I watch districts, and I could name 20 districts right off the bat who've done this, take back their programs from the county because they were not satisfied with the level of service their kids were getting. And so they bring them back and put them into their schools. If they had remained in at the county system, the school district wouldn't have been, in a sense, dinged for the isolation, the lack of mainstreaming, the performance of those kids. But now that they're back in their district, they are impacting kind of school-wide test averages in ways that didn't happen before. And while we're talking here about understanding from the county perspective, which is legitimate, why don't those results go back to the district of residence? But from the district point of view, if you have no authority over that program, it doesn't make sense. Or if you take back kids and you want to put them in an inclusive setting like a comprehensive high school so that they can get a lot more mainstreaming opportunities, they can interact with age-appropriate peers, but then that high school, all of a sudden their test scores are sinking because it's all part of the average. I think it might be a better thing to think about in terms of, is there shared accountability, or is there when there's shared responsibility, let that be shared. If it's exclusively the responsibility of one or the other, let it go there. Let the accountability attach itself to who has the responsibility. And within a district, districts that take kids back, let it not hurt the particular school. If the school is housing a number of students who, for programmatic reasons, you've got a couple classes of, say, life skills kids or something, let that be a positive thing for the school without them having to worry. Let the test results accrue to the district-wide results rather than to an individual school, because it is the district's responsibility to make sure that that program is meeting the kids' needs, not the individual school to the same level.
Tarina.
I can tell that's not popular, but I can't tell you how many complaints I've heard about it.
Okay. So I understand this has to do with students with disabilities, and I love that you're saying, well, the parents, but what happens to those unaccompanied minors that are with disabilities or just unaccompanied minors in general? I know that they have their own rules, but there are no rules for a residency rule for unaccompanied minors, correct? Or
So that is the one place where we would have the County Office of Education would be responsible, is when no entity, no person has educational rights over that child, then the County Office of Education would typically be. So sometimes your court-appointed children, children who under a court-appointed advocate or who have no person who has their educational rights, then the County Office of Education becomes the district of residence. But it is a smaller number than what we would typically see. If you look in the dashboard, some county offices of education have very high numbers, and that's just because of the reporting. So does that help you a little bit? Okay.
Jesse and then Kimberly.
So this is, I just want to get it clear in my head because I thought that I almost had it. I wholly agree with Linda that it's really who is providing the service. And I don't want to get that mixed up with where the service is being provided. So for instance, if you have a county special education program that happens to be at this one school location, I don't believe that the school should be held accountable for those results if they have no control over the program. Where this kind of falls apart, I think, is with the non-public settings, right? And if I heard you correctly, then it's really the district, perhaps in collaboration with their SELPA, that puts together the agreement with the non-public entity that you're sending a kid out to. So in that case, the district of residence is kind of acting like a broker on behalf of the student, right? In terms of trying to refer them out to the best setting that they can find, the most appropriate setting. And so that's the one, because you can't really hold a non-public entity accountable, right?
So the typical way that I like to look at this issue, and sort of kind of backing up a little bit under the rules of the individual education program, the IEP, is that the district of residence ultimately is the one responsible. They're one that's responsible for child find. They're the responsible for development of the IEP. During the IEP process, the IEP team says, these are the services that this child needs, and this is the placement that seems most appropriate for them. And sometimes the services that the child needs isn't offered in the district where the child resides. And so the district may contract or through an MOU process allow a child to be served either by a county office or by another district. But at the end of the day, when we look at the requirements under IDEA, and I know this is a shift in some of the paradigm thinking that people have, it's ultimately that district who's supposed to be responsible. So if they're not doing things that they should, that they feel like the county office program isn't serving the child right, or if this county office program is serving the child and the child is just not doing well, our hope is that the IEP team would reconvene and determine if that's really the most appropriate placement for the child. When it comes to a non-public school, the same thing applies. What happens though is that in the IEP team meeting, the district determines, you know, this child needs a very restrictive setting, because ultimately non-public schools are pretty restrictive settings if you look at the sort of the continuum of placement. And so we would hope that that would sort of be a last resort for placement for children. And so it's really, but it's the responsible of the district that places them, which is the district of residence, that says, we're going to monitor this children. Again, it's a paradigm shift because there has been, I think, a feeling that we send them to the non-public school and we're kind of like, we've done our thing and we're gonna let them do their thing. And so this is, I think, this rule will allow us to look at the data in a way that holds more accountability where the accountability should lie, which is where the district who's making the IEP and the placement.
Kimberly, and then we'll close down this discussion, I think, unless we have some new issues that we want to put on the table.
Mine were, I think, more clarifying. So today, when we send students to non-public schools, they're included in our graduation rate, they're included in our enrollment on the, I mean, in other words, we pay for that education out of our budget and we are responsible for it. Mm-hmm. So that's where I got a little confused. The county programs that are housed other places, they don't have their own CDS codes, they're not their own schools?
They are their own schools and they are their own programs and they have their own CDS codes. But the question is about the responsibility, and so it should go back.
Well, so if they have their own school codes, it feels like, remember when we said if they go outside of their district of residence and they have that interdistrict transfer, I feel like those students have transferred to that new school and that school then has a responsibility. I thought maybe they weren't schools, they were just programs. So they really did still kind of belong to the district just because, you know, the teacher came from somewhere else, but the district, you know, that the principal should still be overseeing it. But if it is its own school, I guess I'm sticking with the, if you've got the power, you've got to take the accountability. But I wanted to clarify that they were schools. That's where I got a little confused.
Yes, they are schools, but it would very work similar. Like if my child goes to Natomas Unified, and if they needed a specific kind of program that wasn't offered, but it was offered at, say, Elk Grove, and so Natomas Unified said, we will pay for your child to get transportation, and we will use the funds that we get through IDEA and state funds to pay to Elk Grove for that child to go there. Their school still goes there. That school has a CDS code, but really what happens is we're placing there because that program exists only at that district. That isn't an inter-district transfer. It's sort of more of a service provision.
And the reason I think it's different than the non-public schools are not part of the accountability system. So we can't just say, I send kids there and then they drop off the grid. So I have to, as district of residence, keep them. When I send them to another school who is part of our accountability system, well, that's different.
Any new questions or ideas to put on the table?
A nuance. What you were talking about in terms of district responsibility for kids who are placed out of the district, I have seen work. For example, districts that were not pleased with the services of a districts in ASELPA, for example, where they have a master agreement with NPS, and then find out they are not pleased with it. I have seen them then not renew that and look for a different provider. So that worked well. I've also seen districts that were not pleased with what the county was offering eventually pull their kids out of that program individually first and then pull the whole program out. I've seen that. So that's the only way a district, though, can impact either the MPS or a county program is by withdrawing. There is no opportunity for them to shape that program. And so if they elect to have their kids in and are not pleased, the only thing they can do is withdraw. So many have done that. So in the area I come from, many have done that. Once they're in your district, though, the same kind of challenge happens, an analogous challenge which is not yet addressed here, and that is the school where you house the students. There's an advantage to the district in terms of district accountability reports if you have the student in a DAS school, or you make your own standalone special school, which is contrary to everything we want to see happen. But some people do that because then those kids' scores aren't feeding into, Sweetwater School or some elementary school or some high school where it would pull down the scores on average. And so it's analogous to what we were talking. So if the only recourse that districts have, if they're not pleased, is to use the withdrawal, take your students back, take your student, individually or collectively, that solves that problem. But the problem it doesn't solve is not hurting the individual schools so that they are saying, gee, I don't want those kids here because my scores are going down now and I'm having problems with accountability. So in that case, then let the districts who've chosen to do that have their kids, but put those scores at the district level, because it's at the within a district. An individual school does not have total authority or much authority over what happens in those special ed classes. Typically, it's a district-wide function in terms of professional development and support and decisions about level of extra support that can happen. It's not the school's responsibility, or schools don't have that program. So the same thing is where you have the authority, attribute the scores, hold that entity accountable. And in this case, once they're back in a district, it's the district that does that.
Can I just ask a question? Beyond the issue of aligning with the district of residence in the IEP as the rationale for the change, how's it playing out now where the county office is accountable?
So what we're seeing is, one of the biggest pieces is that there's a disconnect between the special education monitoring that we do and the dashboard. So districts are saying our county offices are in the dashboard and they're being identified for differentiated assistance. And then we are selecting a different set of districts because the kids are rolled into a different place for special education monitoring. And so what happens is when a district goes to look at their data on students with disabilities, and we know 65% of districts are identified for differentiated assistance based on the outcomes for their students with disabilities, they're not seeing the same numbers that they would see. And in some ways that undermines, I think, the integrity of the dashboard when you have a district saying, wait a second, I was picked for differentiated assistance, and when I look at my data, it looks different than what I know to be true, especially around this student group. So I think that was the biggest reason for us was we need to have it to be consistent and coherent across the entire system.
And you can't change the IDEA part.
Unfortunately, no, unless you can have someone in Congress reauthorize it. Ever would be great, but only about 11 years overdue.
Any final thoughts? All right. You got sufficient input on
Yes,
this?
we did. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you very much. And is there any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment.
All right. So we are ready to move on to our last agenda item, item 3, on the self-reflection tool for parents.
Good afternoon. Again, Jeff Brashears, Local Agency System Support Office. How you folks doing? Promise I'll be done before 6. Well, it's true. So this item is asking you just to give you an opportunity to give any kind of general feedback on and review the proposed changes to the Priority 3 Local Indicator Self-Reflection Tool. This came about as we developed a group, the Ad Hoc Family Engagement Work Group, that was really from the recommendation of CDE's School Climate and Conditions, or School Conditions and Climate Work Group. So this ad hoc work group came together really to inform family engagement at the state level, to support it, knowing that family engagement really is the foundation of processes and the systems that really support student outcome, and that's the goal. The group was comprised of about 15 different groups, one of which you have a member of, Araceli was a member of our ad hoc work group, and she was really instrumental, really, as we came back together at the end of the year to synthesize the feedback from the group. Before I go on, I'd also just make sure that I acknowledge my staff, Lydia Renteria, and also Margaret Burge from the California Comprehensive Center. They were really did the yeoman's work in facilitating the group, bringing them together and getting this work done. So looking at it, we looked at research of what family engagement can look like. We looked at some barriers of what prevents good family engagement at the local level and at the LEA level. Starting off at the year, we talked about, the group created a working definition of family engagement, just so we had a foundation of what would guide our work as we move forward. And I know that it is late. I know that you have had a chance to look at both the old self-reflection tool and the proposed changes in the new self-reflection tool. Part of also what the group did was look at some of the responses that were in the dashboard and the self-reflection tool for Priority 3. And we found that really it was scattered as far as really was not serving as a catalyst to allow the LEA to get better at family engagement and engage really in this cycle of continuous improvement and articulate any goals or goals to move forward within the LCAP, because Priority 3 is one of the LCFF priorities. Therefore, it is to be addressed within the LCAP and should be part of that continuous improvement. And we really felt that the current self-reflection tool does not serve that purpose well. So this new self-reflection tool really is in 4 parts. It's an introduction, talks just the philosophy of what it looks like and what it should be and what family engagement should look like and what it does and the effectiveness of it, leaning much from our California Department's Family Engagement Toolkit, which I have, It looks like this. It's also available on the website. You can download in a PDF form. A lot of work is into this toolkit. It's a very informative tool. The team of Lydia and Margaret presented at the California Title I State Conference, was well received and showed that there's just a thirst for this family engagement and getting better at family engagement. And so that's an ongoing work that we'll look at within the department and in conjunction with the Comprehensive Center. So the second part of the self-reflection tool is the instructions themselves, looking at what one should do to really incorporate and making sure that LEAs are capturing the input from underrepresented families. It is based on a scale, excuse me, of 1 to 5, exploration, beginning development, initial implementation, full implementation, and full implementation and sustainability. These are the same ratings that other self-reflection tools have within the dashboard in the system. They're undefined, and they're undefined on purpose per the state board to let those definitions be defined at the local level, which best reflects their work and where they feel, excuse me, that they are. So then you look into the self-reflection tool itself and the prompts. First, I'm going to say that this looks a little bit different from what the group did, because they had it in a format that were check boxes next to a statement, and you could rate yourself 1 to 5. That's not accessible with the new accessibility and posting requirements, so we reworded it. Well, we should have reworded better. It's a little bit clunky, so wordsmithing we'll fix, because it does not translate from going to a statement to a checkbox to then rate yourself in a narrative form. But the questions are looking at in 3 sections. One is to build relationships, talk about rating the progress and developing the capacity of staff and administrators to build those trusted and respectful relationships. I won't read each one. The first section is the building relationships and reflect, truly reflect on how well you're doing. Incorporate the families, incorporate your staff, incorporate the community to talk about this and what does this look like. And then the response and the narrative responses are the same question 3 times, but the question is briefly describe the LEA's progress, greatest progress in this area, building from current strengths, but then also identify an area in which the LEA will continue to focus to make improvement in this area, and right now for building relationships, and also to improve the engagement of underrepresented families. The second group is building partnerships for student outcomes. Again, for this section, there are 3 questions, and asking the LEA to look, to reflect, to rate themselves, see where they can build upon the strengths, build upon their successes, and then identify any areas in which they can move forward in this cycle of self-improvement or continuous improvement. And then also seeking input for decision-making, which is one of the aspects of the statute looking at to incorporate parent and family engagement in decision-making and then in participation in programs. So we felt that this tool is closer to serve as a catalyst to really facilitate this continuous improvement in stakeholder engagement. It really can help to focus that and really, again, with the focus on student outcomes and improve student outcomes, and then incorporate these findings into the LCAP as one would hope to do. So that's one we would like you to, and instead of breaking up, I know it's late, so we'll just get some feedback, if I may, at your leisure and at your pleasure. And then one other aspect that we can talk about is when we're contemplating of going to, when we go to the board, we're going to take this item before the board at its March meeting. And then also asking the state board to consider changing the timing of the standard and the local indicators. Right now, the local indicators are to be reported after the dashboard is open, and there's a deadline usually of early or mid-December. The dashboard is reset with the dashboard coordinators mid-August. So it feels like there's this reporting window of August to December, and it feels like that these local indicators have become an add-on compliance exercise rather than a thoughtful reflection and incorporate into the LCAP. We can't change at this point, I can't change the reporting window, but the concept is then to have these self-reflection tools and this report of the self-reflection to the local governing board at the same time when the LCAP is adopted on or before July 1. So you have it, it's part of your LCAP, it is part of your development of your LCAP. You bring your self-reflection tools before the governing board. You talk about it in public, it's a public meeting. And then you take that information and you hold it, You still incorporate it into your LCAP, and then you report it later in the fall when the dashboard has been open and available to make those reports. That's what I have in a shortened way, and I'll defer.
So I hear two questions.
Yes.
One is about the tool generally, and the other is about the timeline on reporting to the local governing board on the tool.
Concept of reporting the change in the timeline, and then just your reflection, does this work at a high level? Again, the wording is clunky as we've converted to, but does this feel like a move forward in encouraging stakeholder engagement and family engagement?
Okay. Can I suggest that we maybe just take a few minutes to talk in a small group, and we don't have to do a formal report out? We can just open it up for conversation at that
keep
point.
my promise, we're done before 6.
Sounds good. So why don't we just take a few minutes to talk in our small group so you have time to reflect on the tool, get issues out, and on the question, and then we'll just come back for an open discussion.
Thanks.
Okay, if you want to finish that thought, and let's come back together and we'll just open it up for general questions or conversation for Jeff.
So, you bet I'd be glad to answer any questions, receive any kind of feedback. I would like to say there was a comment earlier before you started, I apologize, there was talking about the standard that was adopted by the state board and the met, not met. That is, for me, is probably misunderstood, because really the work is to collect the data locally. The work is to report that to the local governing board, and then the work is to report it to the public, hopefully incorporate it into the LCAP. And then when you report it to the dashboard, you've done all that work, and that's what the met means, is we've done all the work. It isn't just pushing a button of met, not met, moving forward. So I'll defer to you and answer any questions or take any feedback. Thank you.
Well, let's just open it up for comments, feedback, questions. Let's just go around the table. Jesse.
So I went through both versions, and the second version is a huge improvement.
Good to hear.
So thank you so much. That being said, there are a couple things that I had some issues with. One, it wasn't really clear. There's sort of a statement that talks about identifying a diverse group of stakeholders, and it didn't give any guidance as to what constitutes a diverse group of stakeholders. That is, what is your anchor or reference point? Is it what the composition of families look like at your school, at your district, at your county? But also, it wasn't really clear. There are a lot of items there that probably wouldn't be appropriate for, say, a parent to answer, such as how would they know how much PD has been provided with respect to parental engagement. So it's not clear to me, would this be like a group setting where the whole group would figure out a holistic answer for each one of these based on various people's knowledge, or would this be more like a survey and parents would get some items and staff would get other items, things like that? It was a little unclear. And then my last comment, sorry for being so long-winded, is that virtually all of these items are talking about practices that we think are correlated with parental engagement. But there's very little here that directly asks about perceptions of how involved parents are or how engaged parents are. A lot of these are talking about the practices that you like to put in place to promote parental engagement. So I would probably think about adding some items that try to directly get at your penultimate outcomes.
Point well taken. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I would ditto that same thing, because number 2, it says engage stakeholders in determining what data. So what data are they looking at? Are they just looking at the dashboard? What information are they using? Like you said, is it in this group? And then everyone's looking at this data and making that decision. And I would agree with Jesse all the way. And is it in other languages? I mean, it's just, it has not, Araceli, I'm waiting for her input.
I just wanted to ask some more context, even like to inform my own thinking about it. It says that the work group analyzed the responses to the dashboard and the current self-reflection tool. And I'm just really curious from your perspective, from the work group's perspective, what are you noticing about how LEAs are using the current self-reflection tool? How many of them are using the survey option versus the other option? What's the level of self-reflection that's happening there that prompted the revised version that you've put forth? I'm assuming that you weren't super happy with what you saw there, but it would be helpful to have that context.
Part of what we saw is that most districts, even though there's two options, are reporting that they're doing surveys. And but when it came to the other options in the other measures, it varied drastically on what they reported. But what we also saw is that they're not doing much beyond the survey. So if they get, and typically the surveys yield very positive responses because they're more general about how the whole district or how the school is doing. So it's not a very good tool in capturing the entire story. And so one of the shifts that you see from the first version to the second one, for example, is that reflection exercise is not just by one person looking at the survey results, but it's more of a dialogue where the assumption is that they're going to look at the survey results and they're going to engage more deeply into family engagements in the various levels that are, put out here. The other assumption or the other shift is that moving away from reporting activities to really looking more at the system that they have in place in order to equip staff to engage families and for families to share what their, how they're experiencing the system, if it's more user-friendly, and if they're able to navigate it better to support students. And a lot of the practices that we do that are emphasized throughout the document, they correlate back to all the research. Even though we met for about 18 months, the group spent about, I would say, more than a year looking at all the research so that we would all be on the same page as to what is promoted. And then it was only the last 2-3 months that we put the tool together. And given that, we had a lot of agreement from the various groups because, again, it's moving away from, it's a collective self-reflection. One of the things that we wanted ideally to have was a rubric so that as you're rating yourself, you would be able to determine if you're a 5 or a 1. But rubrics take a while to develop, and so we just ran out of time. So that would be our next step for this tool. But for now, we want the narrative boxes are meant to capture rationale as to why they rated themselves on each area the way that they did, acknowledging that they're going to have some strengths and some areas where they need to work on.
So in districts or LEAs that don't have great parent involvement because we have students that are unaccompanied minors, or we can still use those students as using the self-reflection tool as a part of that group, correct? Only students?
Yeah, I would say students and family. I think even though the language has parent, right now we're using family and parent interchangeably, and if we don't have a definition, we should include it. Because more and more, districts are being more inclusive beyond legal parents or birth parents.
One quick thing, well, I have more than one, and I know Jesse apologized for going long. I'm trying not to be too long. On number 11, I wasn't sure if it says success at providing, and then it has a phrase, and then it says and implements, and I wasn't sure if that should be implementing, just to, for the sentence to be in alignment with itself.
Again, we acknowledge that some of the language as we did is clunky at best.
What I wanted to point out that I liked is on number 9, 10, and 11, it says rate the LEA's success. And I think the rating scale is, where are we? Status or success. But a number of the others say progress or development, but I don't know if those words go with the rating scale that's being used. So if those others were either changed to status or success, that might match the rating scale. And I really, really liked number 5, where it talks about building capacity, but it uses the phrase provides professional learning and supports to improve capacity. And there's a couple other capacity ones, but I think having those words helps. When you just say, hey, go build that person's capacity, what's that mean? But if you say provide learning opportunities and support as part of the phrase, that would be fantastic. And this kind of gets to what Jesse said. So Jesse, part of the issue is that the ed code only looks for inputs in this. It doesn't actually look for outputs. And so someone someday, I know they made some changes to the ed code in this area and they added a paragraph, but someday I'm hoping they'll do that. So I wasn't sure if we on this instrument, where the 3rd section says seeking input for decision making, if we could say seeking, promoting, and getting input for decision making, and just kind of add it, even though it's not there in the ed code. And then overall, I just wasn't sure how, so much of parent engagement is a school level, between the teachers and the parents or the families, between the principals, at the site councils. There is some parent engagement at the district level, but it's not the majority. And so this is a district indicator. And I'm, at 28 schools in my district, I'm not a large district, but what if I have, 5 schools who are great and the rest who kind of stink, and maybe that's just part of this process. And I don't know if there should be some guidance about how do you give yourself an overall rating when you have a kind of a mixed bag at different sites. And maybe that's something they provide, internally in their own reporting about how different schools are doing. And then on the timeline question that you asked.
Yes.
The thing that's nice is to be able to report on a complete year's worth of input. And I know parent engagement isn't, necessarily September to June. I just worry about starting it too early in the middle of the year, where people are like, well, I've only been at my school, I'm a new parent, or I just don't really know this school very well yet. So that would be my only concern about trying to cut off and do a measurement in the middle of a school year to report it the following fall. I'd rather that they work on it at the big, I don't know. So because we don't have to report it, I wouldn't want to shortchange having more time to actually feel like people have a whole reporting period to.
So once you start, if I may to that, once you start, it's every year, right? So it would be, in the ask would be not for this year, but would be for next spring, for the 1920 school. No, we're in the next year. I get confused. But the hope is to then encourage that incorporation into the LCAP. I understand what you're saying, but the way the reporting is, what we're finding just in the feedback and the technical assistance and the questions that come into the office is our office gets to support the implementation of these self-reflection tools and local indicators. It truly does feel like and seem like and is approached as a compliance exercise rather than an exercise to get this into the LCAP and to move forward. But point well taken. I understand what you're saying. It feels truncated for the year.
Well, I'll say this about data. So we just got data from 17-18, and we're in 18-19. And we're going to use our 17-18 data to create the 19-20 plan. This is just kind of the new world we're in, where we're always using not the data from the year we're in, but the prior year. So again, I don't know if this makes your point or my point. But yeah, in other words, even if you report it in the fall and have that process in the fall, you're really planning the following year. So it's still timely enough, and it will be incorporated into that LCAP.
Right.
Other thoughts? Tara's had a follow-up on Kimberly's.
The context that you've all given has been really helpful. A couple of things that I'm hearing and that came up earlier in our conversation with respect to the whole trajectory of refining our indicators on the dashboard is maybe a desire to return to that met, not met standard and the current way we measure that, not just on this indicator, but on the other local indicators, so that it's not just, did you look at this, but actually, did you, meet some standard along it? I guess anybody not met on any of the local indicators. I'm curious. I don't actually know. The other thing is I don't see the requirement around surveys in this second in the revised version. And Araceli, you said it's the intention, I think, that you look at survey data and then
Please assume that they're going to continue, given that it looked like everybody's doing surveys annually. But, it's not, we didn't quite bridge it, right? Because the first one is all based on surveys, and in the second one, we don't even mention them. In part because we see the surveys as the starting point, but if it could be stated.
So I guess that's a concern I have. I would want that to continue. I know in my district, I'm in a core district. As the core district survey their families, and that's a important source of information and an important opportunity for all families to give input. I mean, we do it on paper, we do it at parent conference week, we do it online. There's a lot of different ways we do it, but it really does feel prioritized at our school site and across our district, and I think that's valuable, and I would want to see it continue. And then finally, I think this whole conversation and hearing your kind of sense of what you're seeing in districts reporting on this indicator points to the need for, I think, increased capacity building across the state around family engagement. I'm really excited that there seemed to be some investment in the budget last year to do that, and hopefully we'll see the fruits of that work in the reporting that LEAs do, and some ongoing capacity building across the state.
Other comments, feedback?
First of all, thank you to you and the group for working on this. I do think it is a positive step in a positive direction. Thank you very much. And I concur. I would love to see some kind of a rubric, not only to make assessing yourself in a sense easier and more understandable, but also to use it as a tool for learning and thinking about what your next steps are. And I think a lot of times people don't know kind of what they're doing and what the next thing is that they want to be doing. And so it could be very helpful that way. The other thing was, in terms of survey and times, in our district, we do a survey. We're doing it right now. And because it's our own local survey, we're able to do it and analyze it and build it into this year's LCAP that we're creating for next year. So it's real current data. The challenge is when you're using an outside provider. And as much as the state wants to, for example, all the climate issues, have vetted surveys, there's a place for non-vetted surveys that can respond to local indicators and can be done quickly enough to be applied to your development of your LCAP on a timely basis.
Other feedback?
Tara, just to your point, I wanted to mention that we had 11 districts that did not meet the local indicators who were selected for differentiated assistance for that very reason. There were another 2 that had an overlap. Jenny may correct me on these numbers, but we do have that information in our memo that we've updated now on the board's website for December. So there were a handful out there, and as Member Burr said at the board meeting in January, that means the local indicators are doing their job.
I noticed only Kimberly waited on the time, on the process issue. Does anybody else want to express their thoughts about the reporting and timeline? It's people at the end of the day, Chip. Linda.
I promise.
I saw Linda's hand.
Well, I was just reflecting on our experience this year where, I don't remember the date, it was a fall date that everything was due. And so it was data from last year that we used to put that in and get it in so that when the dashboard came out, the whole thing was complete, which then got reported to the board in January. So it worked. It worked in terms of having data that was reasonably current and that was finished. Granted, the time period extends over months, but even though we say sometimes that we're going to be starting to get some of the indicators like test scores in August, it actually came late in September, and it's good to build in a little bit of a cushion because one never knows when the publisher might have a problem or something like that. That time worked because in January we have a very involved LCAP development process with a lot of stakeholder involvement in it. By then, we're reviewing a little bit of what happened last year. We've got current data of where we are, and we're able to feed it or roll it into, well, what's our next step, so that we're working with this group in January through May, meeting with them multiple times to look at our indicators, to think about and reflect on what we want to move forward, and also meeting with the board, so keeping the board apprised of where we are and listening to their thoughts of it. My experience has been that there's never a perfect timeline, and so that we're always struggling, and data is seldom there as soon as you want it. And I remember years ago when we were talking about having computerized tests and we'd get the data within 2 weeks. So we know that those are ideals, but it's very hard for that to happen. And because we're talking about multiple measures, not all the data is available for real good reasons. You don't know who all is graduated till after summer, in case there's some late graduates. So, I think we all try to do the best that we can with the cycles that we have. I appreciate what the state's doing to help us with that, and also appreciate the hard work of people in the districts and getting all that stuff together, particularly anybody who's in any kind of accountability position in a district. It's a lot of work.
Any final thoughts on this item?
I would just like to express gratitude, to CDE for seeing the need, and the school climate group, and also for everyone. It was a very collaborative experience, and our leaders at the Department of Education definitely modeled community engagement. So I think that it set us on the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you to you and the work group, Araceli. Have what you need, Jeff?
I do. I think
okay. So much. All right. Do we have any public comment on this issue?
Yes, we have two people signed up for public comment. Liz Guillen from Public Advocates and Martha Alvarez from AXA.
Hello, good afternoon. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Loved some of the great inclusive language in the draft. It's almost mind-boggling to think that it's coming out from the state. I mean, that just didn't happen. I feel so lucky to be in California. That isn't to say anything bad. It's just a huge change. What's not clear to me, though, in reading it, is that it's not clear if this is a new option and what will happen to the surveys. I think that for surveys to be assumed is not the right approach. I think that needs to be really clear whether or not the expectation is that they continue. And also, I agree with the comments about what is the basis for the ratings. Aside from a rubric, what will, if it's not the surveys, what will it be? And I think that should be addressed. If we could go back and redo the met, not met standard, we would. None of us in the Equity Coalition liked it. Just because 11 were found not meeting, to us, that's not an indication of success, that it works. And it would be really great if the research that the ad hoc committee did could be reported publicly, so that all of us in the state could learn what the experience was, or at least whatever it is the research concluded or reviewed. Hopefully it was a little more than the number of districts that met versus not met. But thank you.
Hello again, Martha with AXA, the Association of California School Administrators. So I will use this opportunity not to talk about this actual self-reflection tool, because it's the first time that we see it publicly. So we appreciate having it for a future discussion within our members. But I think more of a general comment, a general public. I think what's important is thinking about how do all these self-reflection tools fit into the one accountability system that we do have. There's 4 other reflection tools that were not discussed today. Priority 1, Priority 2, Priority 6, Priority 3, and Priority 7. And so for administrators is how do we think about the one system, the school day, the calendar year, instructional minutes don't get any longer, and any things that our members having to complete, they do see it as compliance from time to time because they will see there's 6 pages. It used to be a 2-page reflection tool. And so for any future conversations about improvements to the metrics or the self-reflection tools, we encourage CPAG and the state board members to think about looking at all of those documents at once to see how it all fits together. There's a new parent-friendly document budget that got added to the LCAP at the last board meeting last month that go into effect with the 1920 LCAP. That's one change which we appreciate. There's a SIP set that talks about, maybe some of these components. The LCAP talks about parent engagement. So in general, we want to ensure that we're being mindful about all of the requirements that school districts have to meet, so that it's not just a compliant mindset, but really thinking about how can they actually implement and getting to doing the work that they need to do to support children's and student achievement. So that's just one observation, that any of these items come in one piecemeal approach. School districts do not work in isolation. They should work in collaboration. So for future discussions, we would appreciate that. And we at AXA welcome our administrators to be part of a focus group about what does this actually look like in the real practice? How much does it take to do it and to actually implement these tools? Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
to ask a question that brought up.
well, I think we're moving to the next item, which is general comments. So first, I would open up to the CPAG to see if there are any general comments, and then we'll go to general public comment.
Well, under NTLB, there was a requirement to review your district parental engagement policy annually. I believe it was annually. And I just don't know if that survived into ESSA because I haven't read as much. But so in other words, I don't know if this is extra work. It could be that work. And I don't know if it's useful to try and, in the tool, remind people this, this process is the one you already maybe were doing or could be doing. It's not duplicative, it's similar, or try and put them together. So it's not new work.
So this self-reflection tool is a state requirement because it's part of the LCFF State Priority 3. The ESSA requirements, as far as the overall, it's been a while since I've been in Title I. I was in there, and there was this, requirement to have annual parent meetings and require, those type of engagement. I know that our school plan meets those requirements for the engagement for parents under ESSA with those school-wide plans, and then I would defer to the Title I program offices as far as other requirements to meet the ESSA requirements for parent engagement. Absolutely.
Yeah, the idea is just to make sure that we aren't adding new work. So when there is something that's very similar, even if it's not exactly the same, and we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I think that will help alleviate, because this does feel like a lot of new work.
And I think in concept, it's a lot of the same work, but I think the intention of Title I and the spirit of it hasn't necessarily been followed because it has become compliance driven. So for example, it does require ESSA to review policy with parents every year, but it's done again on 15 minutes. Do we need to change anything? It requires for Title I programs for you to have compacts between parents and schools. It's supposed to be a conversation about standards, about learning goals, about everyone's role within this team, but it becomes a 1-page document that people sign over, and then the complaint, it's met, the requirement is met. So it's seen as a lot of work because the initial concept of it hasn't been carried out.
So let me open up for to the next item. Any general public comment? None?
No public comments.
I'm sorry? Okay. Any general comments from CPAG members? All right. So before we adjourn, I just want to say officially before we adjourn, new members, having survived a full meeting and contributed Very well, you are no longer new members as of the end of this meeting, and I hope people have April 3rd on their calendar. We're holding for the next time that we're together. And on that note, we will officially adjourn our meeting. Travel safely, everybody.